All right, I'm back.
All right, let's give it 1 second here. Tess is gonna be right back, and then we'll go through the script on closing the executive.
Okay.
All right, the time is now 5:55 p.m. We have concluded the executive session and we return to the open meeting. If during the executive session, any person feels like we went outside the proper scope of the executive session, please interrupt the discussion and make an objection. Hearing none, I will turn it over to John.
All right, thanks, Bob. Yeah, we've already had the roll call and gone into the official meeting, had a short executive session. And the next item on the agenda is, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I don't have any.
Preston, you have anything?
Not right now. I have some notes based on things that have come up, but I'll wait to see if any council members have anything and then pipe in.
Anybody on council have anything?
Nope. Nope.
Okay. Beth needs unmuting.
Oh, sorry, Beth.
Okay, no, I just rejoined on the computer, so my video is better.
All right, so I'm not hearing anything. Let's see. I don't know. I'll see what you've got on your list, Preston, and then I'll see if anything I was thinking of is beyond that.
So a couple things, you know, with current events not related to COVID, but the Black Lives Matter, George Floyd protests around the nation. I think we're all privy to everything going on. There's this push from this reform group called Campaign Zero to contact law enforcement agencies and take a look at established police procedures and explore ways to tailor procedures, if need be, after review, to incorporate I'm trying to think of the wording, some less use of force type policies if need be. I don't know if I'm characterizing that right. So we've seen some emails exchange and, you know, and some communications with Lexapol. And I think perhaps some of you on council may have received some emails in that regard. Dane will join us here probably momentarily, or at least a little bit later, to talk to this, because we were thinking that there was going to be a desire on the part of council to talk to that, or at least discuss it in some capacity. So I thought I'd bring that up and see if there's interest to formally discuss that on the agenda. And there's Shane connecting as we speak. So that's the first one, Mayor. And then the second one is there's been some talk and some encroachment permits from restaurants for expanding outdoor dining space onto town property. A couple encroachment permits have come in, and I expect at least a couple more may come in here in the coming days. So we're garnering some interest there. And my understanding is that I think Telluride has waived fees associated with encroachment permits for the purpose of expanding outdoor dining. And so I had a conversation. I've had several meetings with some restaurant owners, and that topic has come up a couple times. So I wanted to see if there was interest in council broaching that subject and talking that through.
Yep.
I'd say yes to both.
Yep, same.
Yeah, Preston and I have talked about a couple things that I've seen that would be worth exploring from the police department, the marshal's department perspective. And I also think it's worth looking into the potential fee waiver for both encroachment permits and redefinition of liquor license premises as well. So where do you want to put those, Preston? You want to put those down under policy matters, or do you want to deal with them sooner?
3 and 24.
I think policy matters would definitely be the most appropriate. So, yeah, I mean, it's up to council, but we can put them towards the end, item 23 and 24, or if you all thought it should be discussed sooner, we could do that.
I'm fine with doing them at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Anybody else? Hey, Rob, will you turn off your video, please? Rob Austin. Thank you. All right. So anything else? Those are the two things I was thinking of for additions and deletions. Anybody have anything else? All right. That brings us to the adoption of the consent calendar. Does anybody see anything on there they want to pull off? Or if not, do you want to make a motion to approve?
I actually, so if I'm going to make a correction to the minutes, do I have to pull that one off?
Actually, it'd be great if you just communicate with me, Beth, and let me know what it is. And I'll,
Okay, yeah, it's just it's like a spelling error. It's nothing substantial.
that's great. Yeah.
Cool, that's fine then.
I move we adopt the consent calendar.
Tessa seconds. Eric makes the motion. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Cheek, Bramley,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Heyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, thank you. That passes unanimously. That brings us to public comments, which is established time on the agenda to address council on items that aren't otherwise on the agenda. If anybody who's in the audience tonight wants to address us on something that's not already on the agenda, please use the raise hand feature, which you see when you show that you're participating. I'll give you a couple minutes.
And Mayor, this is, I'm getting a lot of echo. Are you guys getting that too?
I am too.
I am too.
Yeah. I was going to say that's probably because we're all unmuted. We need to like turn down our volume as much as possible where we can still hear, and that should eliminate the background noise.
Or is anybody also connected on a different phone? It doesn't look like it. Anybody is on the list. Or maybe using separate speakers or something?
No?
Huh.
Still hearing a little bit of echo.
Yeah. Oh, there is one hand up. Sorry, I just wanted to address that one. There was a little bit of a
Yeah.
pause.
Go ahead. Unmute Eric. Go ahead, Eric.
Hi, it's actually Sue Williamson. I'm just calling to question why none of town council, town manager responded to my email June 4th. There were plenty of items that could be put on the agenda regarding your advocate, the fake advocate groups that you, John Clark, are a part of that shut up victims, actually re-victimize victims, as well as, hopefully you got the email. I'm wondering why you haven't responded.
I did not get the email, so, and your characterization of my actions are incorrect. I need to correct you on that.
Have you not denied my access and Eric's access to your group wanting to fix the rape culture in Ridgway?
I don't think that's a matter for council discussion here. And
it absolutely is, John Clark. You are the leader of our town, and you have re-victimized victims such as myself, including slandering me publicly and defending a criminal. We have a huge problem in Ridgway.
Please stop for a second. What you're characterizing is not true, and I'm not going to get into a...
It is true.
No, it's not. And this isn't the place to debate whether or not it's true, because you can say it's true, I can say it's not. It doesn't get us anywhere.
Did anyone on the council receive the email, or is it just John Clark's email that's broken?
Sue, I got your email.
Unmute Bo, please.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear from the town attorney. This is really unreasonable, Sue. I think the main reason you have a hard time getting response is because you're so belligerent in your attacking people. You're constantly
Let's just, the whole point here is pressing business before the council. And so I think that any sort of personal attacks on either side, this is not the appropriate forum for such discussion. To the extent that there's a specific concern or request for an agenda item, those items can be presented to Preston as the town administrator, and he can evaluate whether or not it's a proper agenda item.
Okay, and I have not received response to several requests. So what does a citizen do when town council, mayor, and manager will not respond? Do we get belligerent? Do you hear us then? Obviously not. I've requested nicely. I've been nice, John Clark. But when you call me vicious and belligerent,
Ms. Williamson, I'm going to have to ask that
all I am trying to do is protect children in your town. It seems like you would want to cooperate.
I'm going to ask that you refrain from the personal attacks.
Oh, excuse me. How about Mr. Clark calling me names?
Ms. Williamson, I'm going to ask that you refrain from the personal attacks.
And does the mayor need to do that as well, Mr. Lawyer?
Yes, I do, and I have. I will stop.
Please address my email. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to address council for something not otherwise on the agenda? Give you a second to raise your hand if you have something. Okay, hearing nothing else, I will go to the next item under public requests and presentations. Item number 11, Region 10 presentation from Michelle Haynes. Michelle, I saw was on here a minute ago, and
I'm here.
great.
So yeah, Mary, if I may, I'll go ahead and introduce Michelle. And actually, Michelle, I think I've only met you briefly one time for about 15 seconds a few months ago. So it's great to have you here again, and thank you for making the time to present to the town council about Region 10. Hope you're doing well, given everything going on in the world. I have your PowerPoint here, Michelle, and I don't think, based on some of our security measures here on Zoom, that you'll be able to take us through it. I'm going to take a real quick look to maybe see if I can let you share your screen. I don't know if you're looking and if it's giving you that ability to share your screen. If not, I'll bring it up and just move it along for you, if that's all right.
Let me see if it'll work. It says I'm not able to share screen.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and bring it up and then I'll share it for you.
That sounds good.
And we'll let you take it away. So thanks for being here.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the invitation. I very much appreciate the opportunity to discuss with the town some of the work that Region 10 provides to our communities. And so I am here for Region 10, and just appreciate the opportunity to be here and share with you. So Region 10 is serves as the council of government and the economic development district for 6 counties, which includes obviously Ray County, as well as San Miguel, Montrose, Delta, Gunnison, Hinsdale, and I think I missed one, but anyway, 6 counties in the Western Slope here. So we are officially a nonprofit organization, but operate as a quasi-government organization, as all of our members are government members throughout the service area. And we work basically alongside our governments to try to promote cooperation, regionalism, as well as leveraging the resources that each of us have so that we can all work a little stronger together. And so next slide, please, Preston. We do that primarily through 3 components of work. And I'm going to try to get through them rather quickly tonight, so hopefully we'll have plenty of time for questions if needed. So 3 different primary areas that we work in. One is the area agency on aging, providing services to seniors. We work to provide support to our small businesses within our region and within our communities. And then we work with our local governments and communities to provide regional support for community development and technical assistance to those communities. Next slide, Kristen. Regional services, as I mentioned, we work directly both on a regional level and directly with communities to provide a number of regional planning services, including our economic development strategy. We work on about every 5 years to refresh and renew. Direct community development support within the communities, providing technical assistance on things like business development strategies or things like the Ridgway Space to Create program, and just working to provide whatever assistance communities may need, looking for grants or providing any sort of consulting resources or that sort of thing. And with CDOT for transportation planning. And then we're also been working on a regional broadband network. So we'll just go through each of those really quickly. Next slide, please. This is kind of the basis of our economic development strategy. We actually just finished our comprehensive economic development strategy last year. We're maybe working on it to update it a little bit in response to the disruption from COVID, but in renewing this, we think it's going to hold up pretty well for that as well. So basically working in 4 different areas to make sure that our economy is strong within our region and that communities have the economic base they need to be able to grow and have strong economic vibrancy within the communities. The main areas that we work at with communities there are creating diverse economies, creating resilient communities, making sure our infrastructure is what it needs to be to serve our communities, and that we have a trained and ready to go to workforce. Next slide, please. We've been working also, as I mentioned, with CDOT. We host the Regional Transportation Planning Region, known as the Gunnison Valley TPR, and we work through a number of issues. We meet about quarterly. There, all of our governments that are members of Region 10 have seats at the table for these conversations to discuss ongoing transportation needs. And these include multimodal as well, so transit as well as transportation. We're right now finishing up our 2045 plan, so that's how far out CDOT plans. It's just crazy to think about that, but we're working right now on that. It is in the final draft form and it's been out for review quite some time. I did leave there the web page if you wanted to go on and review and see what that looks like both statewide and for our region. I was surprised when I came to Region 10. Until then, I didn't really understand how much input CDOT actually takes from our local communities on the work that needs to be done. And of course, you will have a lot of familiarity with that as you went through the Highway 92 project, or Highway 62 project with CDOT. But it's been really impressive the amount of input that you get to have when you show up to the table. You can see with the image there on the right, some of the concerns that came to the forefront in our community, which are not unusual and continue to be important as we work with CDOT. Road condition and safety is always top for our region, as well as growth and congestion. As we all know, a lot of our region commutes back and forth to different areas for work, and at certain times of day, it creates a lot of congestion on the highways. And then the lack of travel options, so things such as greater transit and other types of multimodal services to kind of take some of that congestion off the road. Next slide, please. In response to the economic development disruption in 2008, I actually came to Region 10 in 2012, and we were still experiencing quite the downturn. And it was identified that one of the biggest needs for that is regional broadband. So Region 10 worked with our communities to create a regional broadband plan. and have been in the process of implementing that plan over the last few years. And our goal is to make sure that every community within our region has access to not only sufficient broadband, but that it's redundant and that it's affordable. So we all know a lot of the challenges that the county and other areas of our region has had as there's been an increased use for broadband, as our students have had to be at home, had to do a lot of telemedicine, a lot of people working from home. So we've been working on that. And actually, just this past year, in conjunction with Ridgway County, have been working on a project to build a new line between Montrose and Ridgway and onto Ridgway to make sure that the community has sufficient access to service. When Region 10 works in the broadband space, we do so more what we call the middle mile. And here it's kind of a map of an overview of our regional project, how we hope to lay that all out once it's complete. And we work to make sure that we get access to a carrier neutral location, or a meet-me point, if you will, in each community where then we can work with private providers, private ISPs, to make sure that they're able to take those services out to homes and businesses in again, sufficient levels of internet at an affordable price. Next slide. As I mentioned, we also host the Area Agency on Aging. The primary goal for our Area Agency on Aging is to provide support to our seniors to be able to keep them safely in their homes and in their communities for as long as possible. As you all are well aware, oftentimes in our more rural areas, when a senior has to leave their home, they also have to leave their community, which means leaving their support systems, oftentimes homes that they've lived in for many, many years. So these are kind of an overview of a lot of the services that we've provided within the region last year. Within Ridgway County and in Ridgway, we work quite a bit through partnerships. All of our projects and programs are provided through a lot of partnerships. Specific partners for Ridgway include working with Neighbor to Neighbor, Tri-County Health, and providing, a lot of the services that seniors may need. Transportation, we work a lot with homemaking agencies within the region and within the county to provide in-home services to seniors, such as light housekeeping or personal care if needed, providing lifelines. If seniors need a little bit, don't do full-on home modifications, but there's some adjustments we can do to help them stay a little bit more safely in their home for an amount of time, then we'll work with them on that. This is actually a really cost-effective program. For a senior to be in a nursing home, even at a Medicaid rate, that typically runs about $6,000 a month for a shared room, even. And we can provide a number of services to seniors for about $4,000 to $6,000 a year. And if we can do that and keep them in their homes, not only are they happier, but it's actually a really good return on investment. Next slide, please. And then the other area of work that we're pretty passionate about is services to our small businesses. So Region 10 strongly believes in the economic gardening model, that a lot of our economic diversity is going to come better through supporting existing small businesses that are within our region and within our communities to be able to have sufficient support to be able to retain jobs and expand their businesses or start new businesses. And we do this through several different areas of work. Next slide, please. So one is business training and consulting. That's typically provided to businesses at either low or no cost, and provides basic support and training such as how to start a business. What does that look like? How do you think about what type of entity your business is going to be? Should it be a sole proprietor, or a partnership, or LLC? And how does that look for you? Writing a business plan. So it's been shown that businesses are much more successful if they have a business plan prior to or going into starting their business or doing expansion of their business. And other basic concepts such as maximizing cash flow, understanding how how to utilize your cash flow and how to manage it for prosperity, or, and this point in time, even how to stay open, you know, during a crisis. What do you need to do to make that work? Marketing and those sorts of things. And then that's complemented with one-on-one consulting services. So our consulting is provided in conjunction with the Colorado SBDC at no cost to these businesses. So it's just a great benefit for them to be able to have consulting from experts that can help them understand how to better manage their businesses. Then we also provide, next slide please, access to capital. Region 10 actually hosts a business loan fund, and trying to make sure that our businesses have the actual capital that they need to either operate well or for expansion. And those typically can be really small loans. We've done loans for $2,500, $3,000, up to larger loans, $250,000. The majority of our loans are about in the $30,000 to $50,000 range. And we find that's often sufficient funding to help businesses expand, maybe buy a piece of equipment. In Ridgway, we've used them to help hotels with refresh, restaurants to be able to either start up or expand or look at ways of operating differently. We often complement this with technical assistance support through our business consulting services as well. And again, just working to make sure that they have access to the services they need to stay healthy and vibrant. Next slide. And then, and then finally, under our business resources, we also host the enterprise zone tax credits. We do the administration for the enterprise zone tax credits. I don't expect you to understand or to be able to even read all of these tax credits that are available in our communities, but and I did put the website there if you're interested in that. But again, trying to work with businesses and make sure that they understand what tax credits are available to them. Uray County is an enhanced county, so for every new job that's created in Uray County and Ridgway, then the business owner can get up to $3,000 tax credit for that job. So we want to make sure businesses understand that. I met with a business earlier last week that was talking about they had doubled their employees. They're getting ready to double again. This wasn't a Uray County business, but one in one of our other areas. And asked them, you know, have you registered for tax credits? And their accountant was from out of state. They didn't understand it. So we want to make sure that businesses understand what they can be using to make sure every possible amount can go back into their business to make sure that it's strong cash flow wise and that they're able to expand. These also include contribution credits for nonprofits, and we have several of those out of Ridgway as well, where if there's a nonprofit that really impacts economic development, I think the Ranch Museum is one, in Ridgway, a couple others there, the Opera House in Uray County, in Uray, in the city of Uray. And that gives enhanced donor benefit for making donations to those projects that can work to help us create jobs and create those kind of communities that we like to see. So with that, last slide, please, Preston. Region 10 does this with a pretty small team. Actually, as I mentioned, most of our work is provided through a lot of partnerships. And we have a saying, I think, that we've taken from one of the other regions, and old, I believe, Indian saying that says, you know, if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with partners. So we work a lot with partnerships. We feel like that's one of the main benefits to our organization and to working with our communities is we can create these partnerships. So we actually have a relatively small team. Our contact information for our different programs is here. You can find more information on our website at region10.net. And with that, I think I'll just pause and take any questions you may have about our organization or about our programs.
Great, thanks, Michelle. And as the town council liaison with Region 10, I attend their board meetings quarterly, and I'm not on the executive committee, but it's just literally amazing what Region 10 accomplishes with their very lean team. And it's an incredible resource. I urge you all to learn more about it. Maybe attend a meeting or two, maybe stop by for a tour at some point. But certainly explore the website and all their resources. Anybody have any questions? No? Well,
This was helpful, good introduction for me, and I have a copy of this PowerPoint, so I studied it ahead of time.
great.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't be there in person. We always love to actually be there and be with you all. But again, I really appreciate the opportunity to join you tonight and to share a little bit about our work.
Well, we really appreciate you making the time, and again, just sharing all the great work you guys do. It reaches into almost every portion of our lives, so it's very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Appreciate it. All right. Preston, anything else on this one from you?
Nothing from me, Mayor, and Michelle, thank you again for taking the time. It's great for everybody to get that refresher on the programs that Region 10 provides, and especially for folks like Terry and Kevin, new to council, who might not have had that background, and maybe some others on the call with us. So, and I'm relatively new to the area, so it's always good for me to better understand what everybody does. So thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
And I guess I should ask real quick if there's anybody in the audience that has any questions for Michelle or for us regarding our interaction with Region 10. If you do, raise your hand. Looks like we're good. Thanks again, Michelle.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon. All right, that takes us to public hearings. First one on the agenda is item number 12, application for restaurant liquor license to Lucia Gutierrez Balon, doing business as El Agave Azul, located at 565 Sherman, number 3. This is the old Chinese restaurant, Oriental restaurant on Main Street. Pam, are you taking this one?
I am. So this is an application for a restaurant liquor license, and it's at 565 Sherman Street. It was recently occupied by another restaurant. The applicant is seeking a restaurant license, and it requires a public hearing, which we're holding tonight. We have noticed the premises, and I've posted and published everything that's required for this. The license will be held by a single shareholder, so it will be an individual, and they are leasing the restaurant from Sherman Heron LLC. The application was made concurrently with the state liquor enforcement. And I have heard back from them. They have approved everything on their end. At this point, I'm just waiting for the fingerprints and the background check from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, which we should receive in the next few days. The applicant is not here. She and her husband actually came to the building hoping that the meeting was here, but they don't have access to a computer. So I told her I would be representing her if you have any questions.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Pam on this one? And if we get to the point where we're ready for a motion, the motion could be conditional upon getting the final documents and fingerprint check and all that. Anybody in the audience have anything to add or comments, questions about this liquor license application? This is a public hearing, so I should state that I will now open up the hearing for public comment. formally. And if you want to address council about it, please raise your hand on the Zoom platform. And then when we call on you, state your name and address. I'm not seeing anybody in the audience raising their hand, but I'll give you another second. Hopefully you know how to do that. If you show the participant screen, there's a button that says raise hand down at the bottom of that. I don't see any comments, so I will close the public hearing and bring it back up here for us to deliberate. Comments, questions?
I'm psyched that the space is being activated again. It's good news.
Yeah,
Nice to have a Mexican restaurant again, too.
absolutely.
Someone want to make a motion?
I move we approve the liquor license contingent upon receipt of favorable results from the CBI fingerprinting.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Cheek,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, that takes us to our second public hearing of the night, item number 13. This is the big one, second reading of the adoption of ordinance revising sections 6-3, 6-6, 7-3, and 8-1 of the municipal code regarding housing affordability. And I believe Shay is going to lead us through this one.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. So we have talked about this quite a bit, so I won't go into too much detail, but I'm happy to answer any questions or anything that comes up. So this ordinance is achieving 3 action items from our 2019 master plan, which is pretty exciting. This is going to be the 6th public meeting to discuss this topic. We've had a number of planning commission meetings, a joint council and commission meeting, and then at the last town council meeting last month, this ordinance was introduced. So it's now up for adoption. In general, all of these code changes that are proposed are really aimed at this housing affordability idea. So allowing for more densities, allowing for different varied housing types, refining the single family home design standards to really apply to all residential development, so that we're more kind of talking about the look and feel of residential development rather than exactly what kind of use it is in terms of single family or duplex or triplex. All of the changes are in track changes documents and past hearing packets. So if anybody's interested, those are available on our website. The one change that was made since last month was that the employee housing was removed as a conditional use in the industrial district. And then there was one related paragraph in the performance standards that needed to be removed as well because it didn't apply since that was removed. The kind of side note, we really hope to follow up some of these code changes with additional code changes for the subdivision regulations and administrative approvals. And I bring that up just in case anybody wants, they want to do more. There actually are kind of subsequent phases of this that hopefully we can get to this year, but plans may change due to COVID stuff. So stay tuned for that. But otherwise, happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Great, thanks, Shay. As Shay mentioned, we've gone through this exhaustively. Tessa and I, multiple times, having sat on the Planning Commission while we reviewed it. And I think most of you guys have had multiple discussions, even at some of the Planning Commission hearings as well. Does anybody have any comments or questions at this point?
Mayor,
If not,
Mayor.
Yes.
We have received a letter that was asked that we read it into the record.
Okay, go ahead.
I have placed it also into your Dropbox.
Okay.
So this is from Ben Jackson, and it states, Glenn Pauls and I have been very good neighbors to the town of Ridgway. There are a lot of new faces in town, so I would like to briefly go over what either myself or Glenn has contributed to Ridgway. My development company donated close to 5 acres to the high school in order to get the ball fields to work. That donation, even in 2000, was worth close to $400,000. We also supplied the taps to the Ridgway Library. I heard at the last meeting some of the council stating we don't need to help developers. The only reason we are pushing for the employee housing in the light industrial is to make Ridgway more marketable as a location for businesses to move to. Glenn and I would like to set up a meeting with Shay and Preston to come to some resolution with how we can accomplish the employee housing. The way it was tentatively written into the land use code amendments was acceptable to us and seemed to be acceptable to planning council and staff. In addition, if you read the sewer study, Glenn owns 2 of the parcels that have been identified for the potential expansion of the sewer treatment facility or the relocation thereof. To think that you're not going to have to mitigate for odor due to the existing development and planned future development within the 500-foot radius in the next several years, you're kidding yourselves. Glenn was already contacted by previous staff members regarding one of the identified sewer expansion locations. We are open to discussions on that parcel, commonly referred to as the coffee gravel pit. I am not sure if you can insert the employee housing provision back into the land use code at the second reading, but I would urge you to do so. Regardless, Glenn and I look forward to sitting down with staff in the near future.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. At this point, I'll open it up for public comment from those participants who are attending the meeting via Zoom tonight. Again, please open the participants panel and click the raise hand button if you want to weigh in. Tom, is that you wanting to weigh in? You want to unmute Tom, please? Shay or Preston?
I'm holding.
There you go.
Yes, I was trying to. I've never done that participant thing, and when I pressed on it, it didn't show.
It's okay. You're on now. Well, now you muted yourself. Can staff unmute him again?
We asked.
Okay, I unmuted myself.
There you go.
The space bar.
Go for it, Tom.
Okay.
Identify yourself, please. Just
my name is Tom McKinney, 545 Hyde Street, Ridgway, Colorado. I've read through this entire revision of these sections to the Land Use Code 2020-03 ordinance, and I think that it's actually very good, and it's a great start, but it's important that we pass this with the realization that what we have just developed and done is we've created an excellent market-driven affordable housing element for our land use code. And the only reason that I'm bringing this up, I think it's really important that we start taking sooner than later the next steps. And market-driven affordable housing is wonderful for the first person who buys it. The minute that I and everybody on town council buys a place for $120,000, say, in Ridgway, and then we decide to sell it in 3-5 years, it's going to go back at the market rate, and we will have, in essence, lost that affordable housing chance. One of the things I'd like to get into our land use code sooner than later is a definition of affordable housing for Ridgway, which would include the two phrases deed restricted and in perpetuity, so that if we had, say, 20 affordable housing units in town, 5 years from now, we'd have 20 affordable housing units or more, but we'd never, ever lose one. And I'd like to see us continue, especially when we get to talking about PUDs, something more stringent about our affordable housing elements. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks a lot, Tom. Anyone else? I'm not hearing any or seeing any hands up, but you can do what Tom did. If you can't figure out how to raise your hand, you can just turn on your video and we'll see that you're trying to talk. But I'm not seeing anybody, so I will close the public hearing aspect of this and bring it back to town council to deliberate and potentially have a motion. Anyone else have any comments? Or
Yeah, no, I think this ordinance is great. I think Tom brings up some good points for the future, but that we certainly should look at. But yeah, I think I really appreciate Shay and the rest of town staff and planning commission, all the hard work that went into that, because I think this was not easy, not an easy thing to do. And I think the end product really is going to serve us well.
Thanks, Eric. I agree. I think this is really kind of historic. And I do think it's going to go a long ways towards helping us deal with our problem. Obviously, it's not the only fix. As I've said for years now, the solution to our workforce housing issues are a giant puzzle with a lot of different pieces, a lot of different parts that we need to address. Space to Create is one that I'm really excited about. This is another huge one. And there's lots more work to do. But
so how do we address the topic of that letter? Do we address it at all?
So I'll go on statement of saying this council discussed ad nauseum last meeting, and we discussed it and we discussed it and we discussed it. And at this point, unless things have changed between May and now, council did not believe the light industrial zone was appropriate for housing. So
yeah, I'd say the main thing that we, I don't think we need to formally respond to the letter. I think Ben's comment that he plans to have he and Glenn meet with staff to talk next steps makes good sense. They own land that they could bring to the table for development discussions, and the town would be open to talking to them about it. But I agree with Beth's take that there's been lots of back and forth, lots of discussion about the issues around having housing in an industrial zone. And at the first reading, I think we quite clearly decided that the ramifications and the potential pitfalls of it outweighed the benefit. And that's why we decided to remove that. So unless
so just from my education, I mean, there's so many issues in this massive undertaking, and kudos to Shay and staff for, bundling so many things into this. Should there be some consensus or resolution on that issue, is it simply a matter of amending this at some point later in the future, or is it? I mean, what's the mechanism for including or including some form of solution to that issue?
I mean, Terry, any ordinance can be amended in the future. I mean, that's all. We've done that in the past, and certainly potential there. Potentially it could be a separate additional ordinance to the land use code if we wanted to go down that path at some point. So there's mechanisms there.
So passing this ordinance as it is doesn't close the door completely on that issue. It just kicks it down the road.
No, it's saying that at this time, we are not doing that.
Okay, that's what I want to understand.
Doesn't close any doors.
Good.
Anybody else have any comments or questions on this? Or somebody ready to make a motion?
Well, I'll move to adopt ordinance 2020-03, revising sections 63, 66, 73, and 81 of the Ridgway Municipal Code regarding housing affordability.
Second.
Was that Beth that seconded?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Terry makes the motion, Beth seconds. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Cheek,
Aye.
Brambley,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer. Aye. Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great. Thank you, folks. Like I say, this is a big deal. This is a historic day for Ridgway and for our land use code and our future land use efforts at affordable housing. So kudos again to Shay and staff. Great work.
Congratulations, Shay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you guys. And thanks to
All
all the public for participating and sharing and making it better.
Yep. All right. So that takes us to policy matters. Item number 14, transfer of wine and beer liquor license from Mo Money LLC DBA Panties to John F. Lynch DBA Panties Pizzeria. Pam?
So this is an application to transfer the existing beer and wine liquor license held by Sean Dill and Jeremiah Dill that were doing business as Panties to John F. Lynch. And at the same premises, the trade name of the new establishment will be Panties Pizzeria. They will be leasing the facility to Mr. Lynch as a sole owner, and he will be holding the license as a sole owner. And the state law doesn't require a public hearing before a local jurisdiction for a transfer of a liquor license, but we have done that in the past, so that is why it is before you know, excuse me, we have not done that in the past, and that is why it's before you, not as a public hearing. But it follows the same procedures, and I have noticed the premises and posted notice, and this license is also pending receiving investigation from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Based on the overload that they've had due to COVID, everything is running a little bit behind.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Does anybody have any questions? Seems pretty straightforward. I see a hand up in the audience. Sue, do you have something to add about this item? Question, comment?
I do. I just was doing a quick search on Secretary of State and couldn't seem to find anything with Panties current. It was dissolved in 2004, and I couldn't find anything under Mo Money or Mr. Lynch doing business as. I'm just curious, what is the town's policy on business licenses?
We don't have business licenses.
It's not a business license. It's a liquor license that's been issued through the Colorado Department of Revenue Liquor Enforcement Division.
Okay, do they need a business license through the Secretary of State for any reason?
Excuse me, the question?
Do they need a business license through the Secretary of State for any reason, any business?
No.
So
No.
it's a trade name, and the trade name is active.
Okay.
So what the only thing they would require through the state would be a sales tax license, and then they also need a sales tax license through the town.
Okay, wonderful, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments, questions? All right, anybody, council want weigh in on further questions or make a motion?
Move to approve the application for transfer of beer and wine liquor license to John F. Lynch for Penny's Pizzeria pending a cleared background check.
Second.
Second.
I think Tessa beat you by a second there, Eric. Motion's made and seconded. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselors Cheek,
Aye.
Grambly. I
Aye.
see you. I see you.
Yep.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Skylar,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you. So that passes unanimously. Item number 15, moving right along, renewal of liquor license for Steps Tavern. Pam?
So this is being brought to you instead of going on to the consent agenda because last year there were a number of noise complaints that were received by the town, and I was asked to put it into the record for when the renewal came up on this premises. So those 2 letters that were received are attached to the memo in your packet. The first one is from Martha McKinney, and the second is from
Paulette Crab.
Crab. Both residents just up the street, or it would be
South.
to the south of Steps Tavern.
Right.
And the latter is the poet. Right?
Yes.
Yes. And I think it's fair to say that those are by no means the only 2 complaints that we've gotten about late night noise and neighborhood nuisance impacts regarding Steps really since they've been open. And so I think this is a good one to have a discussion about. I don't see Daniel on the attendance list. Pam, was he aware that this was going to be presented like this?
No, I didn't speak to him about that.
Okay.
He knew he was on the agenda, and I thought he was going to be here on the call.
Okay. Well, yeah, this is a tough one. Anybody on council want to weigh in? I mean, I think that new council members probably aren't as familiar with the issues around this, although you may be, depending on your friends around town. But I do think this is a one that deserves some serious consideration.
So this is a question for Bo. And trying to remember whether or not there are some legal conditions regarding approval in terms of impacts on the neighborhood or something along those lines. I somehow remember that from a previous public hearing on some other liquor license.
So I think that the question is, can you have approval with conditions, such as a curfew or a proposed time limitation on the license? And the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just, to be real clear for any new members or counselors that don't have the history on this, like I say, there have been numerous complaints, and the owner has told us numerous times that he would make sure he takes care of it, and that he would have his staff monitor the outdoor space and make sure that his patrons remain orderly and don't negatively impact the neighbors. And he seems to have had a really hard time following through on that. So it does seem to me like it would be reasonable to potentially put some conditions on this, just to, in light of the issues that are ongoing.
So the liquor license is part and parcel to his business, right? I mean, it essentially is his business.
Absolutely.
Correct.
What are the business owner's methods of redress? Is he stuck with whatever constraints we put on him for a year until he's up for a renewal? I mean, how does that work?
Oh, can we put a time limit on it? Any condition?
Yeah, you can. So you could have that you would want it to come in for review after a certain period of time, or you could have that those conditions were in place for a certain period.
Okay. I see Shane's got his hand up. Can somebody unmute him? Go ahead, Shane.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Just a little bit of input I'd like to have in it. When Jen Coates was receiving the complaints last year, and that my office was receiving complaints, we tried to schedule a meeting with Daniel and discuss the issues and maybe how we could work together as a town and with him to mitigate it. And just for a little background, he took kind of a real defensive stand and refused to meet with us initially, and then said that he wasn't going to take part in any mitigation of the noise once they were out on the street or out even in his curtilage there, that he didn't feel he was responsible for that. If it was in the bar, he felt like he had to manage it, but once the people got outside, he had no control over it, and he would not direct his staff to do anything about it. And that he wanted the people that were complaining at the meeting too, so he could explain to them that basically my impression from the conversation with him directly was that he could tell them that, you know, he had it, he was granted the license, and it was kind of tough on them. So he took a real defensive. We talked for a while. He came around a little bit, but then after Jen left, we didn't get the meeting scheduled, and then with COVID and everything, we haven't had the bar be open. So I just wanted a little bit of input there, but he was not agreeable at all initially to even discussing mitigation regarding the noise at the bar there. So,
So
Thanks,
to
Shane.
that end,
Dan has joined us, maybe.
Yeah, what, Terry, go ahead.
I say to that end, and to Shane's point, his establishment is indoors. It's not an outdoor. I don't believe he has a patio or anything. So is he responsible? In other words, is the liquor license dependent upon his ability to deal with people that after they leave his establishment? I mean, how do you associate those two or disassociate those two? Is the noise situation a violation of an ordinance that he's responsible for as the proprietor? If I could see if the noise was emanating from within his establishment, but how does he manage and become responsible for people once they leave his establishment?
Bo?
So it's a factor that can be considered by the council members with respect to the operation in terms of if there's noise that's emanating from the bar itself, that could be a complaint. However, the noise that's outside the facility or the patrons that are entering or exiting the facility, that's a factor that you guys can consider when reviewing this liquor license application.
Yeah, and I mean, when it's just quite obviously patrons of the establishment that are hanging out on the sidewalk and around the corner in the parking lot. And what's fascinating to me about what Shane had to say is that my recollection, Eric, you might remember this, when this bar was first permitted, the neighbors pretty much came out in force questioning whether they could be successful in doing it without these impacts. And my recollection is that Dan said he would do everything he could to try and make sure everybody was quiet in leaving the premises. I don't know if you remember that, Eric.
I do. And because we discussed long and hard, I think, when we issued the license the first time, the impacts on the neighborhood. And, he did say, that he would do everything possible to mitigate that. So.
And to answer Terry's question earlier, that he did take over the old Eatery 66 patio last summer. And when we permitted that, I believe we put a 9 p.m. or he agreed to a 9 p.m. curfew on that so that the outdoor impact there would be kept to a minimum. But Dan, is that you in the audience?
Yes, it is. Yes, and I did say that, and I am willing to work with the noise outdoors, regardless, of it. It's really just difficult to muzzle people outdoors when they've been inside and they can't smoke cigarettes indoors, which is wonderful in my opinion. But yeah, it's difficult. They go outside to smoke, and it's just hard to contain them. And I do, when I know that they're out there and they're making noise, I just go and say, hey, I have signs that says, please be respectful, of your neighbors outside, keep the noise down. And other than that, I don't know how to muzzle people in general outdoors.
Yeah, I guess I'm empathetic to a point. I mean, I think that what you need to stress to your clientele is that if they don't cooperate, you could lose your license and then they can't come at all. I know that's a difficult stance to give to somebody who's been imbibing at your bar and having cigarettes outside all evening. But that's kind of the bottom line. I don't know. Anybody else want to weigh in?
I guess the question I have, Dan, for you, Dan, is that, if we were to consider a time curfew on this, how would that impact your business, I guess? I'd like to just hear from you from that standpoint.
Well, I think for one, it's unfair on many levels because I've had 0 citations, official citations. And plus it is a commercial area. I mean, you guys want to rezone it. But yeah, there's just so many other issues at stake at that point.
Dan, I'm not trying to be confrontational here at all. I really am asking the question as to what kind of impact would that have on your business? Because I think that's an important piece of information for us to know as we're moving forward here.
It would have an impact. It would have a monetary impact for sure. Do I wish that I could be busy from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. and make all my money at that point? Of course, because I don't want to stay late and do work that late. It's ridiculous. But the reality is, between midnight and 1 a.m., you make a bulk of money.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I would be willing to change my hours. I could shave off an hour if it makes the council feel more comfortable. I could feasibly close at 1, and that's an hour difference. I guess that's an hour earlier. If that's what needs to happen, I want to work with the town as well. And I sure don't want to make my neighbors upset.
No, that's certainly the bottom line.
Yeah.
Not happy now.
I guess I was just going to say, Dan, I think that's already happened. So at this point, I think, we're looking for ways to make the situation, decrease the friction in the situation. And I think as I look around at the video of my council members, we're looking for ways to do that don't overly negatively impact your business. if there's other ways other than shaving an hour off, if there are other solutions, I don't run a bar. I haven't heard what all those solutions are. But it sounds like we need some sort of solution.
Yeah, because I think the neighbors are going to they're just going to have a short fuse at this point. And so I think we need to try to do what we can to try and mitigate this issue so that it doesn't, it doesn't blow up on you.
Right. Yeah. So suggestions?
I have another question. Dan, you have the right to refuse service, right? For your
Yeah,
customer.
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. And, if people are being unruly and too loud outside, I do that. They're not welcome back in because it does get me in trouble. My neighbors do call, and then I go outside and I handle it, and then they're not allowed back in. But that doesn't remove them from the outdoor location of whatever noise they're making. And there's been many times where there's noise complaints and the bar is simply closed. So I don't even know where those come from. Maybe there's just, I've had a lot of instances with noise complaints.
So I have a question for Bo. If we were separate from finding some form of compromise to refuse a liquor license renewal, does that put us into some sort of legal exposure based on this scenario, which in some cases, as Dan's pointing out, this may be a breach of a noise ordinance, but it may not be directly related to his business and the liquor license. So is there
Sorry to interrupt, Terry, but it's a community standard, and it's kind of within what are commonly referred to as your police powers, health, safety, and welfare, and it goes to the neighborhood itself. And so when you're evaluating these things, it's important to take a look at where the neighborhood is. And, to be frank, it's not the same neighborhood of, say, 17th Street in Denver, where it's more of a commercial bar and restaurant district, if you will.
I mean, I guess we're all in agreement. The noise issue is not inside the bar. It's not bands. It's not patrons in front of Dan and his staff. It's the entering, exiting, smoking. And so we really are dealing with the quasi-bar situation, the quasi-individual responsibility, and also though it can be a factor in the liquor license.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation because it sounds to me like it's primarily patrons leaving the bar late at night after they've been having a good time and they're celebrating or whatnot, and it's not even occurring to them that they're being too loud for the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right, John.
But that's still a problem. And yes, that's a commercially zoned area, but that, there's a nuisance ordinance for a reason. If the residences down the street are being woken up in the middle of the night by loud revelers, and gosh, I remember one of the residents of the sort of condo apartments right next to you across the parking lot coming to a hearing about this, or at least maybe it was even just public comment complaint, but he was complaining that he thought he heard there were people making love in the parking lot at 2 a.m. And that's not necessarily your issue, but it's, it's the trickle down from your clientele after the bar is closed or in the hours right before it closes. And it does seem to me like it's something that falls on your shoulders to try and deal with as best you can, whether it's having an employee, stationed out there or going out there every 15 minutes or half an hour. I'm sure people are being respectful.
And I don't know because the sidewalk is town property, right? Is there a way to maybe put a camera out there and limit the number of people who can congregate and smoke at one time? I'm just trying to decrease the possibility that it gets boisterous. I don't know.
Like, is there a way to MacGyver some kind of decibel reader that is like hooked up to a light system that starts flashing like, shut up?
That's like STEM in action, and
a net drops down on them.
Hey,
You're
I'm
cut
all for
off.
that.
You have been too loud in the neighborhood. No more.
I'm into that. Can we make that work?
I mean,
Like a human bug zapper.
I don't know. I don't want to like volunteer Cat Liftonbelt's kid, but I feel like this sounds like a tinker project for that kid. But like, no, I think it's actually in a way to make patrons aware of their impact in the moment is a really interesting idea. I don't know if that's real, but that's interesting.
So it is real. There is I looked into this once at work because we were having so many issues with noise at the nurses station. There's actually a device you can buy that looks like a stoplight. And it monitors decibels, and it's green, yellow, and red. And, you know, as the decibels go up, the light keeps changing and it flashes. So it sort of gives you a sense as, you know, sort of really kind of lets you know what's going on. I can't remember where I saw this
Get
thing.
louder just to watch the lights go off.
Yeah, except for if you can do this in some way that it's keeping track of that with film, and then Dan knows what patrons are being a problem.
because there is a real issue too, because, you know, usually, not always, but often there's only one bartender, maybe two, and they're often downstairs. So they're in the least ideal position to actually know if it's loud upstairs. So that, you know, I'm just trying to think about a way. Yeah, I'm looking for a creative solution.
Yeah, because we're looking at a combination of self-monitoring on patrons, but also a way that, you know, if you have, you know, a patron who regularly visits you, Dan, and they're putting your liquor license at risk, that may be, I mean, you can say, please, I don't want you coming to my bar.
Dan got muted again, so
who's the perpetrator of the noise ordinance? Is it the people making the noise or the establishment? In other words, what if town marshals were to cite people for being noisy, not the facility? Start cracking down on people.
Well,
Sorry to interrupt, but yes, I've actually asked for that. I thought that maybe that would deter the habitual loud people. I've got an 86 list, guys, which if you don't know, 86 means you're just not welcome anymore. And these are the people. These are the loud people. These are the people that have issues. For a tavern to be open past midnight and such, you know, I'm really proud of myself and my staff for having such a small amount of issues, but still provide, you know, the bar atmosphere that people come and they stay the night in these towns because they can still go out at night. I'm more for controlling the volume of the people outside and working with the marshals as best as possible. And I've also asked for, you know, well, and you guys are probably aware, but the marshals do walkthroughs during the concert in the park after, you know, because it deters bad behavior like that.
Part of the problem is that the marshals, we don't have anybody on duty until 2 a.m. So we're running into a problem there.
Yep.
So, Mayor, if I may, this is Preston.
Go ahead.
Would council be amenable to, you know, staff arranging a time to sit with Dan? Perhaps we can get, well, I guess, you know, with COVID going on, perhaps a Zoom meeting or a phone call with Pam, Shane, myself, Dan, kind of thinking out loud here to put some sort of management plan, or I'm using the term management plan together to go, you know, to get something formal in place to present to council at a later date. I'm learning from Pam that, or Dan, you can correct me too. I think your license has come into the 90-day grace period, which I think could make the possibility of coming back at the next council meeting a possibility.
Mhm.
So that's my thought there. Just want to see what council thinks about allowing staff to work with Dan to put something in place to present to council next time.
I like the sound of that. Bo, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I echo. I think that that's a really good idea. And then the one thing that you may want to consider is just you can have a review period on any plan that's developed. So if it's you want Dan to come back in 6 months or whatever it might be and evaluate if the plan is being met or if there's conditions or adjustments that need to be made, that can be a component of any plan that's developed.
Okay, thanks. So what I'm hearing Preston having suggested is that we essentially table this this application for renewal, and that town staff arrange a meeting with Dan and Shane and some town staff members to try and work out a plan for dealing with this, and then bring the application or the renewal application back to us next month. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, Preston, but are bars even allowed to be opened yet based on the governor's order?
Good question. My understanding is no.
That's what I thought.
But there still is a time frame that needs to be met.
Oh,
on
I
the-
understand. Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand. I was just, in terms of actual monitoring and stuff, it's going to be a while before. We don't know when bars will be allowed to reopen.
Right, and just to clarify, as long as the establishment doesn't have a restaurant component, if it's a standalone bar, they're precluded by the governor's order and CDPHE from opening at this.
Right. Well,
I think it sounds like a good plan.
I think so too. I think seems like there's consensus here that we move forward with that. So, Bo, do we need a formal motion to table this until next month?
No, I think that you've given enough direction to staff and to the applicant. And I guess I would just make sure if Dan is still on that he's okay with that proposal and timing, and for whatever reason he doesn't need some sort of formal decision tonight.
Yeah, I'm still here. I mean, I would really appreciate a formal decision, but if you guys are seriously not ready to do that, okay, we can sit down and talk.
Yeah, I think what you're hearing, if you're okay with it, is that council has really strong concerns about the ongoing noise issue and the nuisance complaints, and we'd like to see you work with staff to figure out a plan to deal with that before we move forward on the application.
Okay, and I do believe that it allows me that 30 days, another 30 days for liquor license application in that little grace period. So it should work out.
Okay, great. Thank you for working with us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So moving along to item number 16, unless there's anything else on that item. I didn't ask, let's see, I see Chase's hand up. Go ahead.
And I was just getting ready for the next item.
Okay, good. I did want to give one last chance. I don't think I probably gave adequate opportunity for the public to weigh in on the liquor license. We have a plan for tabling it and getting with the owner to try and get a plan together to deal with the noise issues. But if anybody wants to say anything, please raise your hand. Okay, moving on to item number 16. Resolution adopting water and sewer specifications and development standards. Chase.
Yes, so I'm just going to do a brief introduction here and then probably hand it over to Joanne. But as some of you may or may not be aware, our last standards, or their current standards, were largely written in 1992. So they're getting a little outdated and old. These new standards, largely, it's a lot of it is just housekeeping, reformatting. We got rid of some really old and outdated items. Like, for instance, one of the items on there was, still talking about clay piping, and that's something we don't need anymore. And then as well as just trying to incorporate new technology and materials, as well as giving some flexibility moving forward. With that, I'll hand it over to Joanne, who will be able to give you some better and more in-depth details here.
Okay, thanks, Chase.
I think the major reason for trying to get the standards updated was to incorporate things that we've been doing and regulations that have changed, like you can't have any lead in your copper or a water service and things like that. Just bringing the regulations the town standards in line with current regulations. We did a great deal of reformatting to make them easier to read and easier to reference, with a lot of help from Chase and Shay. They look a whole lot cleaner than they ever have. These we've done a number of amendments or addenda to the standards since 1992, and we've incorporated all of those into the updates. The plan had been to get the water and sewer done in 2019 and to do all of the other parts of the standards in 2020. Your engineer got behind, and we're finally at the point where we're done with all of what was supposed to be done in 2019 and a little bit of what was supposed to be done in 2020. The staff report lists the specific sections that we've updated with totally new standards, noting that although the sections are new and the numbering is new, the content hasn't really changed other than things that have, like Chase said, we don't use clay pipe for sewer anymore, we use plastic. So those kinds of changes. We don't allow a little bit of lead in the brass for the copper anymore because that's against state law. So that got changed. There's a couple of town standards, typical drawings that aren't water and sewer related that got changed because they no longer met ADA. So that's the bulk of what we've done. We've changed the 92 standards allowed concrete encasements for sewer lines, and the concrete breaks the plastic. And we've been just letting everybody use plastic sleeves. And so now that's incorporated into the standards. I think we didn't change anything significant in the minimum standards, just cleaned them up and made them structured similar to the rest of the specification. And I think I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Great, thanks, Joanne. Anybody on council have questions for Joanne or Chase on this?
Yeah, I'm curious with the implementation of this, is there any potential for this to affect any of the existing development projects we have, potentially change things? I'm guessing if we're talking about clay pipe, they hadn't planned it for that, but are there any impacts otherwise that may come through from this, adopting this?
The standards would apply to projects that have yet to receive preliminary plat approval. The ones that have already received preliminary plat approval would fall under the old standards.
And I think the caveat there would be that, like, if we're in the middle of construction with one of the projects that's already approved, and we need to totally change something, we would likely try to get our new standards met as much as possible. Obviously, I think we'd be a little reasonable there if that was just like not a possible item, but I don't think we want to, digress on these items and all of a sudden like allow clay pipes again if someone's already been approved. So I know that probably goes without saying, but just to clarify.
Thanks, Shay. That's helpful. Does that answer your question, Russ?
I think so.
Anyone else? Anyone in the audience have questions for either Joanne or Chase or Shay on this? Sounds to me like it's basically just a cleanup. Chris Hawkins, somebody want to unmute him? Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, good evening, council members. First, we really appreciate updating old regulations. That's always a good thing. I just asking for a little bit more time to review these. I represent Dalwhinnie Group, Michael Cox, Glenn Pauls, and as well Justin Fagan. I wasn't even aware this was happening until I just got back from a trip back home on Monday, and really haven't had a chance to do a comparison since there's not a red line. And I talked to Glenn Pauls, I talked to Michael Cox, I also talked to Justin about it, and they would really like some time just to evaluate the changes. Typically Ridgway does a great job on engagement and providing ample opportunity for people to review documents and provide input. And this one was just a little short notice for all of my clients. Everyone's fairly busy right now in the middle of summer. Most of these changes probably are great. I mean, they all sound great, but just to understand the cost impacts of what they are, ideally there would have been a red line comparison, which could have been generated if the original document that started the draft was saved. It's an easy, comparison. I tried doing it with PDF files and it was a disaster because that older one was there. But anyway, really appreciate the efforts. Just respectfully asking for 30 days or to continue it to next month so we have a chance to digest this. One area I did find, for example, like a requirement for 10-foot easements, which appeared to be new on front property lines. It really doesn't distinguish between zone districts for that. And for example, in the historic business zone district, that makes absolutely no sense. That's just one of the items I saw on a quick glance of getting back from being out for 2 weeks. So again, appreciate the efforts and the opportunity to comment. So thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Can respond to that if you want. The easement language has been in the general requirements. What we did was we cleaned it up and made it easier to follow and reduced some of the requirements. When they apply is when there's a utility. It doesn't apply if there's no need for the utility on the property.
Okay, so that one existed. I guess Chris's request doesn't seem unreasonable to me. What's staff's take on the idea of just waiting 30 days to give potential property owners that might have concerns a chance to review the changes and give feedback?
Give them 30 days.
So I think you had said staff. Sorry, kind of got a little funky on the noise. I think the only downside of that is we have a number of developments happening quickly and coming in quickly. So like the Triangle subdivision is talking through their standards. Technically, this really shouldn't apply to the preserve because they already have their preliminary plat approval. So it really, it would only affect those that come in the meantime. But I think if we have this draft, we can kind of share it with them as, hey, this is, pretty close to what we think we're adopting. That might be helpful, just to be sure, I don't know, designing right and don't have to kind of redesign. I also have an email from Doug McFarland at some point, Mayor, so just don't let me forget.
Well, let's go ahead and, is that something that needs to get read into the record?
Yes, and I'm sorry, Pam, I will send this to you. I just got confirmation from him during this meeting that he wanted that. Would you rather me just send it to you now for you to read?
Pam?
No, thank you. That's fine. I just need to get a copy for the record.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Bad timing. I've looked at the proposed changes, and without a markup / red line version highlighting specifically what the changes are, it is hard to understand and analyze the information without flipping back and forth with the current code language and details. My main concern is that enough time be taken to identify and look at what the potential cost of the changes are and relate them to the rationale for changing current standards in each case. With affordability of construction an important and current topic, I think this is a needed step in implementing new standards to make sure any cost ramifications are understood up front. I think this will be especially true for council members trying to understand what changes actually are as they look at the new version. I think it would be better to create the red line markup and postpone the adoption until the cost impact discussion can be completed and included in the decision. Thanks, Doug McFarland.
Okay, thanks, Shay.
Yes.
And I see Ned Bosworth has his hand up. Go ahead, Ned.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm coming through there, right?
Yeah, you got your volume turned up pretty high. It's kind of distorting.
How's that? A little better?
It's a little better.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to really support what Chris Hawkins said, both in the fact that clearly is time, for this review. But I got a couple calls today with 2 or 3 people that were concerned and asked me about it, and I really support the idea of just giving a number of people another 30 days to review. I'm excited about where it's going, but I do support that and just wanted to make that comment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ned.
Yeah.
The reason that there isn't a red line is because the whole format got changed. And the red line, we originally had one, and it got so complicated because paragraphs got moved between sections and within the document that it was unreadable. If you want, we can go through and at least look at the minimum standards and point out where things are, what changes to the content were made.
Well, it doesn't seem like an unreasonable request to me. Bo, did you want to add anything?
No, I would defer to staff in terms of the timing on it.
Okay. And Shay, I appreciate your comment about, all the moving parts that are in play right now, but I think that would probably be the case no matter which way we went. So I don't know, what's the consensus of council on this?
I mean, if there's no compelling reason, from a legal standpoint to not put it off, I think it's a reasonable thing to do, give people a chance to review it.
I agree with that. I think the 30 days is good.
Or no, just to be clear, as we give direction to staff, are we just giving a 30 days, or are we, as Joanne was saying, going to provide a summary of substantive changes?
I heard Joanne say that she would be willing to do a...
I would honestly appreciate that. I was going to kind of have to go on faith with what staff was saying on this. I would sort of appreciate seeing that summary, honestly.
I think it makes sense. All right, so there's
the budget question. Joanne, do we have, how's our budget on this line item? I know town stuff is all tight, and maybe that's something we talk about separately or internally, but just something to be aware of. This has taken a lot of work, not that I'm not in favor of waiting, just want to be aware of that and how much time that could take.
No, that's a good point.
That will take some time, and I think Chase said I'm over budget, so.
I mean, we could, yeah.
Well, hopefully it won't be a huge job to do the summary.
One clarification that might be helpful, is it helpful to get items such as, we rearranged this paragraph, we moved this here, or just those substantial things? I think you kind of said that, Beth. So we could make a general list of, we reorganized, we renumbered, we did kind of these, 10 general things, but otherwise we'll just highlight the kind of real changes that make a difference.
Yeah, I don't think the administrative cleanup side is as important as I think what we're hearing from the public is things that are going to change their costs.
Yeah, the substantive changes, not so much the formatting changes.
Yeah, whatever you can do to streamline that process, I think, and just get the the minimum out there in terms of the major changes, I think makes the most sense.
Right, if we can't do the update in a reasonable amount of time, we still want to give them some time to review it. So we need to set expectations on when we're actually going to deliver something, if we are, and then how much time that's actually going to leave the public to review this. That's the important thing.
Yeah, so what I think I hear Russ saying is that staff, if you, Joanne, Chase, Shay, to some extent, I guess, you guys think you can put together this summary, within the next couple of weeks so that there's time for the building community to review it before it comes back before us in July? Or do we need to put it out a little further so that everybody has?
It sounds like, Chris was planning on doing some of his own review. I mean, there was some call for a red line version, but that review can certainly start on there and now, and just making sure that we're covering bases for anyone else who might be concerned too. So I think July sounds fair, because then, like Shay was saying, there's a lot of things going on, and then we don't drag it out too far, but provide that extra time.
What about 2 weeks and 2 weeks? 2 weeks for the summary and 2 weeks for review after that?
That's basically what I was trying to ask, if staff felt that was doable.
Yeah, I think we can put something together in 2 weeks. I think one thing that, both parties or kind of sides of the fence here should realize going into this is, one side's always going to say you didn't, or could say you didn't provide a good enough summary, and other people are said, sorry, we hit the main points. So, we'll do our best to point out the major things. However, I will say, that everyone's opinion is different. So you should review it in the entirety yourself.
That makes sense.
That's fair enough. The developer has a due diligence effort they have to provide as well. So.
Yep.
Okay, so we're tabling this item. Bo, I assume that doesn't need a motion. Is that correct?
I don't believe it needs a motion since it's just a resolution, Mayor.
Great.
But if Bo's not there, that's my
Okay.
understanding. So we can just, I've made a note. We'll plan accordingly to get this on the July agenda.
Great, thank you. All righty then, that takes us to item number 17, I believe. Request from Vista Park Commons Development Team regarding the sewer tap surcharge. Preston.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I'll kind of do an introduction here and then turn it over to Shay or Joanne to pipe in if I misrepresented anything. And I do see Jack, I think Jack Young's on here. Yeah, Jack Young is here representing the Vista Park Commons Development Team. So the Vista Park Commons Development Team, they're contending that the sewer tap surcharge, $3,000 per lot, should apply to the 5 lots that are currently platted and not the 3 that are included in the development plan. So based on the 5 lots, the total assessment would be $15,000. Based on the 23 lots, the total assessment would be $69,000. I'm not the best at math, but I was able to kind of figure out that that's a difference of $54,000. That surcharge was put into place back in 2006 to make sure that future developments kind of pay their own, pay their way and help pay for that lift station that was installed over by, Joanne, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's over by the fairgrounds, right?
Right.
So, and since it was installed, I don't believe many taps have been sold on the east side of 550 there to help, pay for that expenditure. So that's kind of an overview. Joanne, Shay, take it away if I missed anything or mischaracterized anything. And again, Jack Young is here.
Great, thanks, Preston. Shay or Joanne, anything you want to add?
I think the only little detail I'd add, and it's in your staff report, but just for those listening, the code reads that there's a 50% sewer surcharge per tap, but council can change that. So the tap fee structure was not set up on a per lot basis. It was set up per tap and as a percent, so that a 3/4 inch tap, which is like standard for a single family home, is much less expensive than as you get to a 1 inch, 2 inch, and larger tap. So just kind of wanted to call that out. It was set up that way, I'm sure, for a reason, and I'm sure some of you were here while that was set up and have a lot more history than I do.
Okay, so does anybody on council have questions or want clarification on any of this?
I guess I'd be curious to understand. It sounds as though the developer had the impression that the surcharge only applied to the lots, and I'm curious, where is it clearly defined in our documentation, or is it clearly defined that that's how this is done, or is it clearly defined that it's on a current interface? How is that laid out in our current documentation?
Shay, is that basically
Sure.
what you were just referring to?
Yeah, so it's in Chapter 9, Section 1 of our municipal code, and I think the full reference is in your staff report somewhere in one of those paragraphs. And it is set out very clearly. There's a 50% surcharge on per the tap based in there, and the development team and the folks requesting this have been aware of this since I think we started talking about it in maybe 2018, maybe even 2017, when they kind of asked staff about it and what that was going to cost and how that would work. And we, clearly explained what that meant and that it's per tap, not, sometimes tap and lot is the same thing, but sometimes it's not per established lot today. It's when you pay for a sewer tap, you have to pay 50% more. So yeah, they have been aware of this for a while. I think my understanding was that they were not going to, come and talk to council about this until the time felt right for them.
Great, that's helpful. Yeah, and I think to me the crux of this is really just that point. It's a one-time surcharge per tap that is designed to take into account the obvious upkeep and maintenance of a lift station. And the more taps that are flowing into a lift station, the more maintenance and upkeep there's going to potentially be on that lift station, obviously.
I did have an idea. How many deed restricted units did we end up deciding on in this? 2?
There are 2.
I would be willing to waive the 50% fee for those 2 units.
That's an interesting compromise. Joanne,
Yeah.
I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
The primary purpose for the additional surcharge was to fund the cost for the new lift station. It's at the fairgrounds. It's a very large lift station. It's very deep. The idea was that the town would expend some money, and over time we sized the lift station based on a fairly high assumption of development similar to what happened on lot 2, where the condos are. When we figured out what we thought the lift station would cost and who it needed to serve. And so it was not based on the lot, because the lots, both the large lots in Vista Terrace and the larger lots in Ridgway Land Company all seem to be developing at far more than the 1 unit per lot.
So I think that, again, the point that is important to make here is that even if those 5 lots that the developers have consolidated and are redeveloping into 23 residential lots, even if those 5 lots stayed configured the way they originally were on the plat, if more than one tap was purchased for each individual lot, each tap would have to pay that surcharge. So this really isn't that different.
The code is very clear.
Yeah.
Like the code's super clear.
Right. Well, I love Beth's idea. Let's give Jack a chance to weigh in. Jack, do you want to have a moment?
This is Joe Nelson and Jack Young.
Okay.
And we just wanted the council's consideration on this, because basically, we feel as though, the surcharge on this level of housing, the target market for a lower income buyer, is a pretty heavy fee. The total sewer fee is $9,000 a home on what is the intention was to be a target market to lower income buyers. So it just seemed a little excessive, and we didn't address it earlier on, just to see if we could, fit it into the whole program. But as other costs in stormwater runoff and other issues, we're just feeling the pinch is all. And we just logically looking at it, it seems like a little bit of an unfair balance having a 500 square foot home paying 1.5 times the fee of let's call it a 5,000 square foot home in Solar Ranch. So we felt as though, with all due respect to staff and everybody involved, that it just seems a little unfair to put that burden on the lower income buyers. We're all trying to address affordable housing issues, and this is just one of those issues. And I believe that I understand from the town's position, there hasn't been much recovery yet on their surcharge, because not much development has gone on over there. So I would just like the council to think through, do you want to pass this on to our entry-level buyers, our teachers and such that this product is targeting? Or is there some other option? So that's, I think, all that I have to say, other than just, and I think Preston pointed out the numbers pretty clearly. $3,000 for 23 lots is $51,000. We're already paying 23 times 6,000, which is 138,000. And considering that the tap fees, well, I'll call it back in 2008, were the sewer tap fees were $3,000. They went up to $4,500. They went up to $6,000. So, there's been some increases to hopefully cover overall system costs. And this is just one of those last issues that we never addressed hoping we can fit it in. Here we are asking.
So in the spirit of compromise towards Beth's idea, but different, what if we were to change the amount of the surcharge, drop it from 3,000 to 1,500 or 1,000, and keep it across the board and apply it uniformly?
I would like just to say I'm open for, you know, any consideration in this, because I believe most of you know that the effort is that this is targeted to the lower income buyers. And we all have our opinions about how that works in the marketplace and all of that. We do have our 2 deed restricted units, and that's fine. And I think a small little project like this is already contributing quite a bit. So I don't believe that this has to be decided tonight. You know, we won't be actually paying for these sewer fees until we're complete with our infrastructure and ready to file for our final plat. So we have time, and I just would like council's consideration, that's all. And then Jack Young would also like to speak.
Go ahead, Jack.
Evening, folks. For me, not being somewhat of a veteran to development in many places, and that's why I usually don't speak, because I'm probably not politically correct, we'd all agree. But the thought comes, I listened to this conversation earlier and everybody's making great moves. Thank you. I think that we all want the Carpenters to continue living here, not moving to Montrose and the rich urban refugees buying all the houses. We see that going on all the time. So on one hand, I would say, here's the town with a great agenda and the things you just passed tonight. I mean, John made a point, it's a landmark kind of a change. And then one could argue from our perspective that, and I'll go into it if you give me a chance here. Well, our perspective is that the town has a consulting engineer who is a licensed engineer, and she is quite good, and did those calculations and said, with this many lots and this much projected taps, we'll have enough money to pay for this lift station. And if that kind of homework wasn't done, I would question why not. So we haven't been able to see any of the documentation around that, which is a fair thing to request as a, you know, it's a public thing. We should be able to know how many units over there were, you know, calculated to at 3,000 apiece to make it work. And we have no problem with 5 lots and $15,000. We could see that coming and believed it. But we feel that it's not very ethical to all of a sudden decide, hey, these guys, you know, we've already been charged a number of things and we're not complaining, it's the business. But above and beyond, you know, but the argument, you can only take one bite out of the apple as a municipality, is it's commonly known belief internationally. And all I'm saying is if those calculations were real and paid for that lift station, and we had an engineer doing it, no offense, Joanne, why is it unreasonable to say, here we are trying to encourage a project that's attainable, you know? And we, you know, it was a thing where along the way, maybe it was because I'm the managing partner of this venture and I wasn't aware of it. And I just think that it's morally wrong to say, okay, fine, that worked, 15 grand for those 5 lots and so on, that all worked, but now here we are and let's hit those guys for another $54,000. One could also say,
Jack,
consistency. Jack, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt. I just can't stand for people claiming that we're ethically and morally taking the wrong
Oh, I don't
stance
mean
when
anybody
the staff,
personally.
excuse me, the staff has stated, the staff report shows this was on the books. It's not per lot, it's per tap. It said that from the beginning. Joe has already said he knew that was the case from the very beginning. You're new to this venture somehow. I don't really understand how you're the managing partner all of a sudden, but that doesn't matter. But the fact that you didn't know about this is because you just came to this project in the last number of months. But the fact of the matter is, it has nothing to do with ethics. It has nothing to do with morals. We understand that you guys are concerned about the impact on the final cost of a project that you're trying to make attainable for our working class. We totally empathize with that. And that's why a couple of us have already stated we're interested in finding compromise that could work. But I'm sorry, I just had to interrupt because I just...
No. And I don't mean anybody who's working there is immoral. I don't mean it that way. I'm talking about the basic premise to be
There's
adding.
nothing about the premise, excuse me, but there's nothing about the premise that has anything to do with immorality or unethical behavior. It's in the code. And I guarantee you that when staff tried to figure out how to help pay for the lift station, the idea wasn't that it would completely pay for it. It was that the town outlaid a whole bunch of money, as Joanne stated, to create this quite elaborate, quite deep lift station that we would get some payback. And at the time, I'm sure we knew that we had a bunch of undeveloped lots that could each end up having any number of taps applied to them, depending on what businesses located there. As you well know, Ridgway USA has some very large lots that were originally designed to have multi-structure, multi-use retail buildings that would have many, many taps, and there was no way of knowing how many taps there would be. So your premise is misguided at best. And I just want you to understand that
okay, possibly,
this is all spelled out in the code, and we're willing to try and find a compromise. We've already said that, a couple of us. And I just...
Part of our argument is that you may think it's clear in the code and you are at the end of the day the decision makers, but we contend that it was the decision when it was an unusual circumstance, to say the least. 23 little houses that small popping up in the middle of a commercial.
The code, wait, hold on, time out. Let me just read this for the record. The code says, all sewer taps which discharge directly or indirectly to the East Ridgway lift station, unless exempted by a contract approved by town council, shall be subject to a surcharge of 50% of the tap fees otherwise due.
And Joe already said he knew about this from the beginning. Shay pointed out that this has been discussed since the very beginning, 2017, 2018. So all due respect, Jack, we can't keep having this debate about whether or not we're trying to pull something over or, stick it to you guys or something. We're trying to figure out a solution here, but you are required by code to pay a surcharge per tap. So let's talk about what that's going to look like and not talk about ethics and morals, okay?
I agree.
And I also would like to throw out ethically and morally, if we were going to ask for a rebate on this surcharge, I would have liked to have had that come out earlier in the process. It's feeling a little bit like tossed in at the end to me a little bit.
I think that was our purpose in requesting it with Preston, is that we felt that it seems inconsistent with the goals of the town to keep. I'll give you another example. Try this one. Along the way, there's different town board members and they have their own sort of ideas. So somebody who no longer is on the town board decided that we had to have sprinklers. Well, we were talking about a zero-scape situation where it would be more affordable on a long-term basis for people to live there. Oh, but now we have to do a whole sprinkler system. And I'm only using that as an example that those kind of additions along the way, and I'm not trying to make you guys wrong because somebody who no longer is on the town board made that requirement that the council voted in, but is it in the context that you're trying to, or is it contradictory? And maybe I should say contradictory as opposed to a moral question. I'm not trying to suggest you guys are doing anything but the right thing, you know? I'm saying, is it really
I'd like to weigh in here real quick, Jack. You know, one of the premises all along, ever since I've been on council, which is now headed into its 18th year, has been that development pays its way. And sometimes that's up front in terms of specific costs as developments are moving forward. And sometimes, like in this case, it's after the fact to try and recoup the cost of a really expensive lift station that was built for the general public good. And as John said, I think I think most of us are probably open to some form of compromise, but I think if you keep trying to beat us over the head with the fact that we're being unfair and immoral or unethical or whatever, I don't think that's going to help your case.
I would agree, and I'm not trying to continue arguing that. I think that it's an oversight, is my point, that staff doing their job thought that it was possibly their call, and we're suggesting it might be the call of the town board, considering the bigger picture of, is that project, I mean, at a certain point, it's going to break the back of the project, I can assure you, because I'm the one who's putting the deal together at the bank regularly, and they're going, oh my God, this is so expensive, the infrastructure, blah, blah, blah. You know, and it's really hard to make that connect and work. So that's all I'm trying to say. Is it a united front to try to get some attainable housing, or, okay, should I shut up and we'll just pay $59,000 more on top of what is already a very high sewer tap rate at $6,000 for little houses? I'm done. Thank you for your time, and I, appreciate it. I'm sorry I meant in a moral context. Is it, on one hand, we're trying to get carpenters to continue living here and working entry class people living here. And, there's houses selling now in Solar Ranch for 1.1 million. Are we doing the right thing, adding all of those conditions on? What else would a developer say, I could say? But you have to look
Mayor, if I may, it looks like Ned Bosworth has his hand raised.
Jack, you said a couple times now you're done, and then you keep going. We're going to have to ask you to be done. And Ned, go ahead. Oh, you remuted yourself. Somebody unmute Ned.
Mute. How's that? Am I there?
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Hey, I just wanted to hopefully say step back a little bit, the big picture. As a land planner myself, I really want everybody to understand that I just believe that this project and ones like it is essentially the missing link in our housing issue here. And so I hope that the council takes advantage of this opportunity to support something that just has not been able to happen here, that a project like this that creates small homes to keep people like our teachers and our policemen in this town. And I really, really hope that no matter what the history is or whatever else, that we can recognize how important a project like this is. And that I hope you guys can find a way to support it in every way you can. It's important. Nobody else is doing it. And I'm pretty excited about such a project happening. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Ned.
You bet.
And I would argue that we have been very supportive of this project since the get-go. But development does have to pay its own way. Tap fees are actually much higher elsewhere. I understand that 50% add-on is hard to take, and that's why let's get back to discussing a potential compromise, shall we? Terry had suggested some lesser number than 3,000. I assume you were suggesting applying that to all 23 lots.
Yeah, as opposed to just the 5 lots. If we were to, I don't know the history of this, so I'm maybe speaking out of turn, but keeping it uniform and in the spirit of the previous requirement, if we were to reduce the amount, but keep it applied across the board, maybe that's the compromise that would enable the spirit of what these gentlemen are bringing up about the objective to keep this attainable.
So, yeah.
I'd really like to.
Wait, go ahead, Eric.
I'm sorry, Beth.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I just divided by 2. So if you said 1,500 per lot instead of 3,000, addressing the fact that these are small homes, not 4-bedroom things, you're looking at 34,500, which almost splits the difference between the 5-lot misconception and the letter of the code.
Okay.
I was just I'm certainly up for a compromise, but I'd really like to hear what staff thinks about this.
Well, I think we've heard from staff. Basically, in the staff report, it summarizes the letter of the code section 9-1-9I and how it clearly states it's per tap, and it's to pay for a very, very expensive lift station.
Right, but but now I'd like to hear what they think about us thinking about a compromise, I guess is what I'm alluding to.
Does anyone from staff want to weigh in on it? Let's say, just for sake of discussion, the concept of splitting that fee in half for this project.
So I have 2 points and I'll try to be fast. I think one of them is, we actually have a hard cost. The town paid for a lift station to be put in so that this side of town could be developed and have work. So just for, like Terry, you had kind of said you're not as familiar. I got a lot more familiar with this through this process. But that's a real cost that the town had to front and pay to make development over here possible. And the plan, so the way this worked from my kind of research, there was an ordinance in 2006 that was heard, like all ordinances, at least two public meetings. That ordinance was passed, and this was put into place in order to recoup those costs. The second point that I think is really counselors' points from the past that I'm just bringing back up. I think we talk about this a lot with waiving tap fees and other things, is that how do we know that that savings is actually going to be passed on to the buyer? And how do we know that that's permanently going to be passed on to the buyer? Is it actually just really going to go in the development team's pocket? Is someone going to buy the house for cheap once and then sell it for more expensive? And that's why we talk so much about those deed restrictions and having permanent restrictions for those items or for those units that we waive building permit fees, plan review fees, and things like that, to be sure that if the town is putting in money, hard cost to do it, that we know that it is going to be passed on to our community for the long term.
I think those are good points, Shay. Are there other forms of compromise? Are there other ways to backfill the delta on the hard costs? Could we require more than 2 deed restricted units? There's some other way to achieve the same end?
Yeah, that's a good question. I might need a little bit more time to brainstorm on it. A couple things that we talked about internally here was the option of perhaps phasing the fees and when they're due. I don't know if that helps with the financing or anything, but that could be an option, or maybe delay them, like maybe they could be paid. Right now, tap fees are due at final plat. So in order to receive your final plat, you have to pay your tap fee, which includes this surcharge. So they could be phased, or they could also be deferred. Maybe at building permit or at certificate of occupancy or something like that. I don't know if that is helpful, but there's maybe some timing options that could be looked at.
And real quick, this is Preston. I would echo everything Shay has said, very well put. The one thing I think I'd like to bring up, and we're trying to talk this through, and it's mainly a question for Bo on the ability to waive, all or a portion of this surcharge. Not too long ago, council entertained and ultimately waived the responsibility of Habitat for Humanity to pay the sewer tap fee for their triplex project, I believe it was, and the town had to foot that bill, had to provide a subsidy for that. Based on how the code reads, I don't believe that would apply here, but I'll look to Bo to see if he has any 2 cents about how that comes into play with the sewer enterprise fund.
So we do have the ability or the authority to waive it. I think that we would probably want direction tonight if there was a consensus, and then actually bring it back before the council. Don't think that it needs to be an ordinance, but a formal resolution so that we can recognize how we are going outside the scope of the code.
Yeah, and the code refers to an actual contract, but whatever works.
Could I ask an idea?
Go ahead,
I mean,
Tessa.
just to the point that Shay is making about, wanting to feel some assurance that these savings will be passed down to the consumer, and also, that those savings and that affordability will be lasting. I mean, maybe we just talk about waiving the tap fees entirely. I don't know if this is legal, entirely for the 2 deed restricted units for a saving of $18,000.
I think we would have to, Tessa, do like we did with Habitat and pay out of somewhere the tap part. We can waive, it sounds to me like we can waive the surcharge, but the tap fees themselves have to be paid. But yes, I'm with you. I really feel like the deed restricted units are places I want to really look at providing developers breaks, because those will be deed restricted in perpetuity for our community.
Right.
Which is why I initially started there. Now that's not a huge cost savings. We're talking $6,000, which isn't massive, but it's something.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
That's correct. We're talking about an enterprise fund. The sewer is an enterprise fund. And if you were to waive the tap fee, that would have to be paid for from another source, probably be from our general fund.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess one of the reasons I asked for staff input is and Shay's answer is sort of exactly what I was expecting and hoping for. Is I really sympathize with Joe and Jack, and really applaud them for trying to create a development of very attainable housing. But I think we still have to go back to the premise that has been a premise ever since I've been on council, is that development has to pay its way. I'd certainly be open to Beth's suggestion of waiving the surcharge on the 2 deed restricted units. But I'm not sure I'm not sure about, cutting that in half for the whole thing. I mean, somebody on staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but my guess is we're probably still paying off a loan on that lift station.
And I just keep coming back to, I look at this code and it's pretty darn clear it's taps.
Yeah.
There's no question there.
Yeah, I think the main argument is on their side is, do we really want to be adding costs to a project that theoretically is going to be attainable for our working class folks? The thing I keep struggling with, and a number of us have mentioned, is that those properties that aren't deed restricted, as was mentioned on even a separate item tonight, as soon as it turns over once at hopefully a reasonable price in the first sale, the next person can get whatever the market will bear for it. And given our market, you know it's not going to be cheap anymore. You'd like to think that based on supply and demand and the size of the unit, that it would remain more affordable than that $1.1 million lot in Solar Ranch. But the fact of the matter is, that's not the way our market's headed. And so I'm just pretty uncomfortable with giving a break to a property that isn't deed restricted and will very likely sell for more than I'd like to think the first time it gets turned over.
Is there any way to, is it too late or is it improper to require more than 2 deed restricted properties in that in order to?
Well, we don't have the means to require it. That we would need inclusionary zoning ordinance to do that, and we've resisted doing that because of the potential downsides to that. The idea being that if you are willing to negotiate with developers, you often can get a better commitment than what you might get through an inclusionary zoning requirement. So at this point, no, we can't require them to make more units deed restricted. We can negotiate that, and maybe this is a point by which we can do that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we are already down during this plat process 1 deed restricted unit. Am I correct? Like, as we talked about cost, wasn't there an option for 3 at one point, and we stepped down to 2?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. They had 25 units, and that was 3 deed restricted units. And when 2 units needed to be removed to address stormwater, they went down to 23 units. So we went down to 2 deed restricted units.
What about, one thing I heard, and again, I apologize for not being conversant in the history of this, but Jack or somebody brought up this issue of requiring sprinklers if they're going to do xeriscaping. Is there a way to not require that if they xeriscape?
But I don't think that exists anymore.
Oh.
Does it, Jay?
We don't require irrigation system. We require landscaping, which kind of therefore requires irrigation if you want it to actually stay alive and remain compliant. I'm intrigued by this idea, though. I mean, John, what you said is spot on. We can't just like require more deed restrictions, but we could see if the applicant is interested in like a perhaps a lighter deed restriction than the one we have. The language that we have for those 2 units is pretty serious, requiring, you know, local employment, certain income qualifications, certain resale values. It's pretty good and solid, which I think is what the council really wanted and what commission kind of fights for. But there could be an option to do something like the one restriction is that you have to work in or earn the majority of your income in Uray County. And that could just be the, you know, one item within the deed restriction that is on there if the applicant was, you know, open to discussing that or thinking through ideas there.
Kevin, did you want to say something? Unmute him.
Sorry.
Yes. No, I just tried to unmute. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And I see Ned has his hand up again. Go ahead, Ned.
Yeah, just one little comment. A reminder that when the homes resell, that of course there will be an increase in value. That's partly the reason people buy homes. But it's important to remember that they're still going to be selling 500 and 800 square foot houses. It's not going to all of a sudden escalate to some enormous price. You can only get so much per square foot. And a lot of that market value is going to be controlled by that. I wouldn't put too much attention on what's going to happen to the value of that house. It's still going to be a little tiny cottage that can only get so much money. So just keep that in mind. Yeah.
I would respectfully disagree with you a little bit on that, Ned. If you watch what's happened with prices in Telluride and other resort areas, you know, and Telluride right now, you could 500 or 600 bedroom studios going for 500,000, or 600 square foot studio can go for up to $500,000. So
that is true. Although I must say, we certainly still are not, and I don't think ever will be Telluride.
I hope not.
Uh-huh.
But, you know, I'm just saying, I don't think we can hang our hats on saying that the price isn't going to go up that much because it's small.
It's comparative. It's comparative, yeah. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate your comment there, Eric. Yeah.
Thanks, Ned. I see another person, Matt McIsaac. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, I just wanted to, as a local builder, developer, land planner, agree with Eric on the fact that we pay our way on these developments. If you start making exceptions because of this and because of that, we will find ourselves in this same place in almost every meeting, because someone will say, well, you guys did it for them because they were this square footage and they were this square footage. And I totally agree with the deed restriction thing. If you can find a way to write that in saying, this is the rule, this is how it goes. And it's really just to save the time on this. We know as we enter these massive projects that we will pay for those things, and to bring them up late in the game like this is just, sorry, I don't have a good word for it, but there's no reason for it. We all know what it costs. We all know how it goes, and it hasn't changed. And yes, the value will go up tremendously. We've all seen that happen, and that's my 2 cents, but thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. I think I'm hearing consensus, and I'm feeling strongly like I'll cut a deal on deed restricted homes. That's how I feel.
Yep.
And not all the and I think Shay brings up a good point. You know, maybe we could talk about deed restrictions that are less severe than the 2 that we have in place now. But yeah, I think it's totally fair for council to ask for an assurance of affordability when the developer is asking for a savings that they're saying they're going to pass on.
Yeah, and she mentioned, you know, working in Ridgway County. I don't know if that's the right one, because there's a lot of ways that could go. Anyway, but I would be open to considering, you know, additional fee waiving for additional deed restricted units. And I think that sets a precedent that we like, right? That got brought up earlier. Okay, well, if you give us more, we can give you more. And I appreciate the fact that, and this council has said this over and over and over again, we appreciate this development is attempting to build smaller houses that, yes, will remain more affordable than a 4-bedroom house in Solar Ranch. However, they are still subject to market forces.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, if I understood Shay correctly, suggesting that maybe we ask for or negotiate a couple more deed restricted units, but that the deed restriction be limited to just earning the majority of your income in Ridgway County. I would not choose that one because, as our Mayor Pro Tem is a good example, working in Telluride doesn't preclude you from being a active, positive member of the community over here. So I think it's more about commitment to the community than where you actually earn your bucks. It looks like Tom McKinney finally figured out how to raise his hand. So Tom, we'll unmute you. Go ahead. When we unmute you, go ahead.
Okay, I'm unmuting myself, and I have been frustrated all night. I just this second figured out how to raise my hand. I'm a little slow. I'm sorry.
Sorry you had such frustrations.
Yeah, I would have liked to talk during that the public hearing, but I'll write a letter having to do with that. I'd like to say that I agree with Matt and his sentiment on this. I wanted to say that I think that what we're seeing right here is part and parcel of growth. What we're seeing right here is also part and parcel of market-driven affordable housing. And as opposed to negotiate on every single deal that comes across the board. We're about we're taking another 30 days to look at the affordable housing section of our land use code. I would suggest, instead of negotiating and planning to negotiate every time something like this came up, if you think that it's a great idea, why don't you make some provision in the code that if someone does more than X number of properties under some price, or however you want to do it, that you make it available for everyone, so that it becomes obvious and clear what the how to develop in the town of Ridgway. I think that would help more than any other single thing you could do, is have a clear roadmap of how to build in Ridgway. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Can I sign you up for participating a lot when we get to our subdivision updates? He muted himself. I'm just going to go ahead and do that.
I mean, but I think he has a point. I think if we're talking about deed restricted units, this section 91-9I, waiving that fee and the town eating that surcharge on deed restricted units east of the river long-term isn't a bad idea.
No, it's a good idea.
And then developers know that going in, that town can eat that cost. We didn't outlay that money, but we may decide that's the trade-off we want to make, which is a different conversation. I think that's kind of what Tom was getting at.
Yeah, and just to follow up, that is something that is in our master plan as action items. It's not that specific, Beth, but it does kind of say create like more predictability and try to codify the things that you want. So do you need a certain amount of park square footage per acreage of residential development, or commitment to the school system, or what do you want? So I think we do need to have those conversations, and I will write a couple notes for when we get there to try to remember to bring these specific topics up.
Sweet. Thank you, Shay.
So just playing devil's advocate on that a little bit, Beth, and I agree with the sentiment, but I think then the next task is you figure out how to pay for it.
Yeah.
And that's the hard question here. And I think particularly in light of what I fear are going to be a couple of years of some kind of lean budgets, we just have to be a little cautious about that.
Well, it's just a matter of that's taking a hit to that general sewer budget, because I assume this came out anyway. We're getting way afield.
Anyway,
Yes.
I see Jack and Joe have their hands up again. I'll have you guys go ahead, but please, we need to keep moving. And it sounds like probably what will happen tonight is that we'll give staff some direction on working on this. We probably won't come to an actual decision. Hard to say just yet, but please keep your comments to any new points you need to make. Please don't reiterate anything you've already said, but go ahead.
Great. Joe Nelson here. I just want to let the council know that I was under the impression that a small PUD like this was a very negotiable kind of formula for creativity and possibility. So that's
You still there, Joe? Was that all you were saying?
They're
Okay.
muted now. Oh, there we go.
Are you done?
yes.
Okay, thanks. Krista.
I just wanted to bring in something as a concept that they used to do in a neighborhood we lived in before. And it was actually kind of more like an HOA fee kind of thing, but or maintenance organization. But there was like a 1% fee that the buyer paid when a property sold. And I'm kind of wondering if something like that might be helpful, where that was designated for affordable housing or to acquire money like for that lifting station to help pay for it. But just something to maybe think about and kick around.
That's called a real estate transfer tax, and Tabor made that illegal.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yep.
In addition, the HOAs can basically assess themselves and put their own kind of transfer fee
Oh, is that right?
due to their association. Yeah, it's actually super unique. And the only reason I learned about it is because they have put that in place with this association. So with every transfer of property, there'll be a 1% fee paid towards the association, which I'm guessing, goes to your, your kind of fund for long-term maintenance and ongoing maintenance and stuff like that. So I'm not sure which one Krista was talking about, but good, I guess, to address both.
But this particular project is building that into their HOA.
It will be their own requirements that they're putting on themselves, which I guess is legal to do, despite Tabor. I don't know all the details.
That's because it's not a government doing it.
Not a tax.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, so again, need to keep moving. We're all, well, I'll speak for myself. I'm getting tired, but how do we want to move forward on this? I've definitely heard support for waiving the surcharge, at least on the 2 deed restricted units, possibly entertaining discussion with the developers about a different deed restriction model for another couple of units that we could then consider potentially waiving this surcharge on. And I guess I have to lean on staff here a little bit as far as a suggested way to proceed. How do you suggest we proceed on this? Would you like us, I'm sure you'd like us to take a stand on this tonight, one way or the other, but.
Yes, Mayor, it's Preston. That would be helpful so that we could prepare a resolution or a contract, if you will, like the code kind of talks about for council to consider at the next meeting. And as you kind of summarized, Mayor, the idea was floated about waiving the surcharge for the 2 deed restricted units. That's something to think about. Why don't I just start there, just for sake of trying to move this along? Is there consensus on with that point? Kind of let's see. Is everyone in agreement about waiving the surcharge for the 2 deed restricted units? Nod your head or just say
yes.
No. That's where I'm leaning. Yes.
Yep.
And okay, good starting point. The next would be Mayor, as you were saying, perhaps Shay and staff could continue conversations with Joe, Jack, and the development team on the possibility for just conversation on the realm of additional deed restricted units.
Sounds good.
Cool. Is there, I mean, that's obviously a starting point. Is there anything else in regard to that? So from what I'm hearing, we'll prepare that contract / resolution for council to consider at the next meeting. And if my math's right, although I'm awful at math, that would be $6,000 waived off the total amount based on those 2 deed restricted units.
Correct.
Okay, maybe I'm not as bad as I thought. So
Good.
I think that's all the direction we need, unless Bo, you think we need to memorialize it in a different way.
No, I think that's all the direction that I need. I think the only other thing I would mention or check in with the council on is if they're agreeable to having the concept of those fees being paid at a later date, say when a CO is issued.
Yeah,
Everybody okay with that?
I would ask the developer what would make it better. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, no issues. I don't know if it'll affect the developer or not, but no issues with that.
Well, anything we can do to help them with the amount of money they've got to come up with up front before they even build these things, I think it should help. So I'm okay with that. So is that enough direction on this item for you guys, for staff?
That works for me.
Okay, great.
Guys.
Thanks, everybody. Good discussion. Thanks, Joe and Jack, and all the other commenters. Moving along to item number 18, review and action pertaining to the order extending the declaration of local disaster in and for the town of Ridgway related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Preston.
Yes, sir. Not a lot to talk about, really. It's kind of the same as it ever was, really. This is just an order that would extend the declaration to July 9th. And that's just based on where we're at with regard to the local response to the pandemic. So staff's recommending that council approve the extension.
Seems pretty straightforward. Anybody have any questions for Preston, or somebody want to make a motion?
I move to approve the order extending the declaration of a local disaster in and for the town of Ridgway.
Second.
Motion's made, seconded. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Cheek,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Passes unanimously. That takes us to item number 19, discussion regarding protocols for returning to live in-person public meetings in light of COVID-19. Preston?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this is kind of follow-up from the May 27th, or I guess the last meeting. Council asked staff to look at how some other local governments are approaching the return to in-person meetings, given everything going on. So in that memo in front of you, I tried to, as succinctly as possible, describe some, and kind of randomly from just various cities across the country, describe some of the precautions some of these communities are taking to return to those in-person meetings. And some ideas have been floated recently, which I included in the memo. One of them being, holding council meetings or public meetings rather outside or even in larger venues. Bo had floated the elementary school gymnasium just as kind of a larger venue to better promote social distancing and achieve those requirements from the CDPHE, CDC in relation to social distancing. So it's definitely something to think about, but it goes without saying those ideas present some logistical concerns that we could definitely talk through. But for now, thinking maybe I'd turn it over to Bo for his 2 cents on this topic and maybe some perspective on open meetings law, maybe some other things before we turn it over to council to talk about further.
Wow, thanks for that, Preston. I guess I don't have some great solution. I am of the opinion that meeting virtually is absolutely within the bounds of open meetings law and is an acceptable form of us conducting our business in this global pandemic. And it's been recognized throughout the state and frankly throughout the nation. I do get that people want to have an in-person meeting, and I don't have any issues to the extent that we had an in-person meeting either at town hall or at an alternative site if we felt like it could achieve more social distancing. We're outdoors. I would caution though the logistics of trying to also have virtual participation in an alternative site and just making sure that that was a viable option. The one thing that I would suggest and recommend is that you do have a hybrid approach wherein if there's a member of the public that isn't comfortable attending for whatever reason, that there is the ability for them to weigh in and comment in a virtual format.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Mayor, I just want to point out we have Tanner Kingery here from Erie County Public Health. He's probably not very happy with me because I asked him to be here, but you know, it is what it is. So Tanner, thanks for joining us. Wondering if you have any thoughts on that topic of returning to in-person meetings.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Tanner.
Yeah, of course, no problem. Thanks, everyone. I don't see an issue with it as long as we follow the guidelines, obviously. You know, try to social distance and limit the amount of people as best we can, but wear masks, obviously. But obviously, as a critical government function and critical business, meeting in person is not any issues as far as the orders go.
Okay.
So to clarify, would we as council be wearing masks or just be separated, you know, far enough away not to have to wear masks?
Well, in my opinion, you'd still be wearing masks. That governor still has his executive order in place for those government workers to be wearing masks when working. So I would expect everyone to be masked, unless, you know, obviously it's interfering with your health, then it's a different story. But
and the reason I bring that up is that you know, that the idea of getting back together in person is to achieve that face-to-face scenario. But with wearing masks, you're not really face-to-face. So, and I'm not arguing that we shouldn't be wearing masks. I'm just wondering if it's more valuable to continue to do this virtually so that we can see people's expressions and inflections rather than being like this all the time.
And that's a great thought, Terry. And I think I've talked with John about this a little bit. Maybe even Tanner knows this. The city of Uray made an attempt to return to in-person meetings, and that very reason, well, I shouldn't say that wasn't the sole reason, but that was one of the reasons they've returned to virtual meetings, because I think members of the public there in Uray expressed, you know, we'd rather just see you on Zoom and be able to see your face instead of, you know, you see you in person with a mask on, you know, mannerisms, you know, demeanor, the whole thing. So it's a good point you make.
That's all I was going to say, Preston, is that I heard the same thing from Mayor Nelson of Uray, is that there was just a lot of pushback from the public saying they didn't like having the council or their city council wearing masks where they couldn't see their facial expressions, and just felt weird to be having everybody at a public meeting like that wearing a mask. So I think, and my thought was, if anything, I liked the idea of meeting outside, having us potentially set up on the stage. I was hoping that we could be far enough apart that we could be there without masks, but that would probably go against the governor's order, as Tanner said. So I would say until we can do that, I think we're best to just stay with the virtual format.
I have a question. I'm cognizant of what happened tonight with the new proprietor of Agave Azul, and I'm wondering if there's a way we could maybe set up some kind of like tune-in station at town or in another location so that folks who don't have access to a computer or who don't understand it could have the opportunity to maybe sit in a socially distanced, masked way at town hall and see the live stream and have the that's the piece that I'm wondering if there's a way we can bring those folks in. I agree with
that's a really good point. Really
That's-
good.
that is good.
That's a super good idea.
I don't think we're going to come up with that solution tonight, but I think if staff can look into is staff at town hall tonight?
Pam and myself, yeah, we're here.
Yeah. If there was a way we could set up a camera in, I don't know, the kitchen or something, where if somebody did need to come in, and we'd probably have to make it so that they could only come in one at a time. And like, for instance, the person who was wanting to come for the Mexican restaurant hearing, they could have come in and testified, or at least been in on the meeting that way. If staff could look into that a little bit, I think that would be a great idea. I think it's important that we have some way for people who don't necessarily have internet access to potentially take part. I know it's really problematic if we end up getting a bunch of people that want to take part who can't any other way. So I'm not sure how that would work, but maybe just explore how other communities are dealing with that.
Yeah, happy to take a look.
Terry brought it up the other day for those of us that aren't using the town iPads, potentially, could we use those? That could be sanitized in between, cleaned in between use, but at least it would have offer something like to that couple for this evening.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I mean, we do have the option of like having some level of gathering. So if Preston and Pam came to us from the community room, there's the ability to distance or project the Zoom or something where we're kind of using that. I think most people do have that ability. You just want to make sure you're catching, that group of people who, we ask that you use your resources, and if you don't have resources, we are trying to help you. And that maybe would be another option.
You can be certain that there are tons of communities that are figuring out ways to deal with this very question. So,
but I think, thank you, Tessa, for raising that equity point. I appreciate it.
Do we own, or is there a big screen TV in the community room that could be where the streaming of this could exist, and such that you had a handful of distance seats in there with one podium that has a camera on a laptop on a podium?
We have a projector and a screen.
Yeah.
No, the projector and the screen could work.
And John, I got an email from Matt McIsaacs on this topic. He's on, so I just wanted to check in with him if he wanted me to read that or if he wanted to speak, or neither option is fine as well.
Go ahead, Matt. You're unmuted, it looks like.
You can go ahead and read it. I think it's kind of what we've sort of touched on already, but
Sure. Yeah, happy to do that. So I propose for staff to consider a hybrid style public hearing for the next planning commission meeting. He said hearing. I'm on the agenda for a resubmittal of a sketch plan for a PUD. Most of us have seen the original sketch plan that has lapsed due to issues with the geotechnical error. Nothing has changed in my plans. I understand the regulations with COVID and having people in the building is not permitted. Would it be possible to have the public gather outside the meeting, or only have staff and the applicant in the room and public on Zoom? I urge staff to consider options to keep these projects on track in these tough times. If we get too far behind in the planning process, there's a chance we can lose funding and therefore become unemployed and not be able to provide more housing in downtown Ridgway. It has already been extremely difficult with COVID slowing all aspects of building. I'm asking for a brainstorm by staff and public to consider options for an acceptable public hearing method in consideration of COVID, but at the same time understanding builders need to continue moving forward or we lose funding quickly. This resulting in less housing and less jobs. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, as a reminder, the reason that is brought up is that is one of those few quasi-judicial hearings that is subject to referendum that we decided we couldn't have or would not be a good idea to have in a virtual setting. This is the first one that has come up and has had to, I just recently had to tell Matt, we can't do your hearing. We're gonna have to delay you by a month. So that's what this is specifically addressing.
So I was talking with somebody in Telluride, and they, I think it was their planning commission, they are doing their first quasi-judicial hearing, and I think they're doing it virtually. So it may be worth talking with the town clerk up there and seeing what their plan was.
Well, I definitely think Matt is a good point. I think we owe it to him and other developers to be able to move forward on their projects however we can do it. A hybrid format of some sort seems like it should work, and I guess I'm not clear why some of the public hearings that we've had via Zoom so far aren't just as quasi-judicial as a preliminary plat hearing or something like that.
It's Preston. Our amended and restated electronic participation policy. I can't remember if it's. I don't have it in front of me. I apologize. I think it just precludes us or advises against. I can't remember the language. Holding quasi-judicial hearings, and as Shay said, the ones that could be subject to referendum. Any others would be okay to move forward with, provided that the applicant was, signed off on that and gave the okay. Does that make sense or answer your question?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess my take is Matt's basically given us a plea to work with him and staff to and the town attorney to try and come up with a hybrid format that allows his project to move forward. Seems only fair. What do you guys think? Bo, can you imagine trying to come up with a hybrid format that could work? Especially if the developer agrees to it. It's like Bo stepped away.
Yeah, it looks like he got kicked out of or his Wi-Fi went down. So, and I'm not legal counsel, so I will refrain from answering the question. But we can certainly, talk offline with Bo and see if there's some sort of approach that we can put together to accommodate that particular quasi-judicial item, if that was the question.
Seems like there would be consensus here to try and find a solution that would work for.
Yeah, I think for, any sort of quasi-judicial hearing, if we're holding up, people's business and life decisions, that's happened enough because of COVID. So if it is in the power of this council and town staff to facilitate that, we need to figure out how to do it.
Great.
Okay, so I think what you're hearing, Preston, is that in terms of the big picture discussion of returning to live in-person public meetings, until the governor's orders allow us to do that without masks on in some form, we're not comfortable with doing that. We'd like to stick with the current format we're using, but at the same time, we'd like staff to work with the town attorney and individual applicants who have quasi-judicial matters that could be subject to referendum, and see if we can't work out a way to let those things go forward so we're not holding up people's livelihood.
Copy that. I made notes, and we'll explore that. And then I think to Tessa's suggestion, maybe perhaps find a way to be able to accommodate folks that don't have broadband access or internet access, and
right.
Like by way of, I'm only remembering Kevin's suggestion right now, but providing an iPad somewhere in town hall for them to come in and participate, or Pam and I could set up in the community center and find something, try to make that work somehow. So we'll look at that too.
Great, thank you.
There's a hand up.
Oh, Matt, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you. I really appreciate the consideration. It's very helpful. Thanks.
We'll do what we can do. Thanks for your input.
Appreciate it.
Yep. So if there's nothing else on that item, that takes us to item number 20, resolution adopting Town of Ridgway reopening plan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll take this one again. So this one largely the same as what was presented to you on May 27th during the special meeting, but it's obviously a little bit different because it's a formal resolution that does two things. One would adopt the Town of Ridgway reopening plan, again, the one that was presented to you last meeting. And then number two, it would open Town Hall to the public on June 22nd, pursuant to the reopening plan in the way it's currently drafted. And like I said, like I think I tried to explain at the last meeting, that June 22nd date is 100% completely arbitrary. We were still in May at the time, and it seemed pretty far out, and now we're at June 10th, so it's like, wow, that's kind of crazy. So just, again, totally random date there with the June 22nd. It doesn't coincide with any sort of order from the state expiring or anything of that nature. And then just about on the portion about town hall, opening, back on March 20th, I think it was, council actually adopted a resolution closing town hall to the public. And that resolution said until further ordered by council. So that's why it requires a formal action by way of a resolution to open town hall to the public. So that's why it's incorporated into the resolution before you. And then, I could probably go on and on about what's in the reopening plan, but the aim is to have a formal plan in place to govern the return of employees to the work environment, given that they're not, one, in the vulnerable category, or two, uncomfortable with returning, given everything going on. Would never want to make anybody do anything they're not comfortable with. And then the aim is also to, govern the opening of town hall to the public. So that's what's before you. And I think at the last meeting, council, or you all, say council a lot, but you all hopefully committed to kind of looking through it, and then perhaps giving some input or feedback. I didn't hear anything specific, but hopefully you all had a chance to kind of delve into it and see what's in there. Is it perfect? No, probably not. No way. But that's never dealt with reopening a town hall in the face of a global health pandemic. So could definitely use everybody's help to make sure it's where it needs to be.
Yeah, thanks, Preston. I read through the plan and the specifics, attachments, and drawing a blank on the term, but all the different descriptions of how the protocol works. I didn't see anything that jumped out at me as problematic. I think it makes good sense. It basically just talks about all the social distancing and hygiene requirements and all of that. So I think it looks good, and I think basically, I think given the state that we're in of carefully reopening with proper protocols, I think it makes sense. What's the rest of council think?
I agree. I thought it looked quite thorough and quite good. And from public health standpoint, I think it hit the mark.
I have one suggestion. Under the protocol for members of the public requires currently that they wear a mask prior to entering. One thing that we did over at San Miguel Power, we are doing, is we put a little table out in front of the front door that has a gallon jug of the hand sanitizer, so that gives them the opportunity to sanitize before they even touch the door handle and they come inside. Second to that, and I don't know if it's a resource issue, we could provide, the inexpensive disposable masks for people who want to enter that don't have a mask, if it's a matter of paying their bill or negotiating something. So the latter, probably not as critical as the former of it. I think having access, providing them hand sanitizer before they even enter the building makes sense.
Yeah, that's a great thought, Terry. Real quick, you're saying that's you have something like a hand sanitizer station set up there at SMPA?
Yeah, if you come by, you can see that it's a little station before they even open the door. There's a, right prior to the door, kind of like where the mailbox is at your down building.
Yeah.
Or even on top of the mailbox there, you could have a gallon jug with the squirt thing.
I think that makes good sense.
Yeah, I think the mask thing could be a little problematic. We were doing that at the Med Center for a while, just to give people the option. And the problem was people were taking handfuls and not leaving any. And so we sort of gave that up. They have to collect one from the front desk person when they get in the building. But we're only letting one person in the building at a time. So
we just provide one mask then.
Yeah.
Well, and I can't remember, does that document talk about having masks at the front desk there at the window if someone comes in and doesn't have one?
It doesn't. That's what I was suggesting, is that we might, whether we put them out for people to grab or whether we have them available for somebody who doesn't have one, even if it's indoors. And
Yeah, it seems like if we put a box or whatever on that little counter by the at the window to the office, people are going to be less likely to take a handful if they're staring in one.
Yeah, I agree.
But I definitely like the idea of the gallon jug with the squirt pump outside. Preston, you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely. We can certainly explore. I don't think we have a gallon of hand sanitizer around here, but I don't. Actually, I wonder what the outlook is for getting hand sanitizer these days. A couple months ago, obviously, it was pretty rough. So it'll be interesting to see. But I'm sure we can get a hold of some. So
yeah, there's resources out there. There's that resource that was going around a bunch for local businesses to reach out and get things like hand sanitizers and masks.
Yeah,
they were selling gallon jugs, and the smaller the bottle, the bigger the case of jars you had to buy. So I think it was like 4 gallons in a case and 48 8-ounce jars or something. So, and I don't know if you have an idea, Terry, where you guys are getting yours, but
I think we source it through our typical, cleaning supply distributor.
And
So I can look into it if need to.
I've been buying it by the gallon off Germex. They have Germex back in stock.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. And then also, I don't think I've been to Uray County Public Health, but I don't think I've ever been in Tanner's office before. I've always just pictured Tanner in an office full of hand sanitizer. So maybe he'll let us borrow some. And I won't even unmute him because I know he's rolling his eyes at me. But so I hear you loud and clear. I think that'd be definitely a good thing to give a go at. And what I also heard was perhaps giving a go at trying to make masks available for members of the public as they come in.
At the window there, yeah.
Yep.
Sue, I think that's Sue Hush has her hand up. Maybe you can unmute yourself, Sue, or staff, can you unmute? There you go.
Hi, there I am. Thanks. We use a local company that delivers, and they were able to bring the thrift shop a couple gallons last week, and Colorado Boy as well. So it's DARS Cleaning Supply, DARS, and you see their van around, but they'll drop it off to you anytime, and the gallons are fine. They're not thickened right now, so it's a little scary because it comes out like just regular liquid. But yeah, it works great, and not expensive. They're not gouging anybody, so.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you.
So you're basically saying that because it's warm out, it's not as thick. Is that right?
No, it comes actually unthickened right now. I think that the thickening agents were diluting a lot of it too much.
So is it
and
just
so it's
straight
coming.
alcohol?
It's coming as just straight cleaner. So
It's just
yep.
straight 70% alcohol is what they are.
Comes with a shot glass.
It's just
No, Terry. Don't be silly.
That's different.
Make you go,
Trump,
I was
Trump
just
said that's what you're supposed to do.
it, but no.
Oh,
Anyway, it's cheap and an easy solution. So
all right. Thanks, Sue. And thanks, Preston. That let's see. Do you need a motion to approve this reopening
Resolution.
plan?
Yeah, the resolution.
Yeah.
Yes.
Somebody.
I move. Go ahead.
Number 207, a resolution of the Town Council in the Town of Ridgway, Colorado, adopting the Town of Ridgway reopening plan.
I second it.
Motion made and seconded. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Cheek,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Passes unanimously. That takes us to item number 21, temporary access agreement between the Town of Ridgway Echo Properties Corporation, Railroad Depot Funding, LLC, Ridgway Railroad Museum, and Uray County Ranch History Museum. Preston.
Actually, Bo is on. I see Bo. I'm going to unmute him and let him spearhead this one.
Thank you, guys. So I know that
for the previous council members, this has been an ongoing discussion. I believe Terry and Kevin, this was an item that was on the agenda for your first council meeting. So I think that you have some context, but the goal here is to put forth a temporary access agreement for where the currently is installed the railroad loop and potentially in the future a museum, two museums, a ranch history museum and a railroad museum. Just east of Town Hall. We've been working some time with the property owner to find a long-term solution, and there is a temporary access agreement that is in place currently, or was in place, expired actually the first of the month. What we're requesting, and the large component of that, this is related to, frankly, Preston's and staff's bandwidth with respect to dealing with the COVID-19 global pandemic and not having the ability to reach out to the interested parties to sit down and negotiate. So what we're requesting, and the applicant has, or excuse me, the neighboring property owner has agreed to an extension of the temporary easement agreement that is in place, or the terms that were in place up until June, until January 31st of 2021.
Okay. As Bo mentioned, this is something that's been going on for quite a long time for some of us. Do any of you have any questions, comments?
It's just, I mean, I'm certainly okay with extending a temporary access agreement. I guess I have some concern about till January of 2021, but I would hope we could have a resolution well before then. This has just been, I mean, it's been going on now since last year, some early last year.
Yeah, no, and that's a fair point, Eric, and I totally understand that. For the Railroad Museum, this is hopefully coming into their busy season, and then, things are still somewhat closed with Town Hall and the global pandemic. So I think that we can definitely, at the staff level, take that into consideration and look at this fall. I guess my goal would be that rather than continuing to do these short-term extensions, we build in some time and take
sorry, but I'm
apart
not,
what you're saying with respect to the time frame.
I'm not suggesting we do a short term. I'm just expressing that I have some concern about it, and the fact that it's been going on so long. And I'm all. I will certainly vote in favor of this. I have no, just wanted to let my concerns be known.
It's been going on a long time. It'll be nice to get it finally buttoned up whenever that happens. So
Good thing Ellen isn't here.
Are there any other questions or comments? Anybody in the audience have any questions or comments?
I move that the town enters into temporary access agreement dated June 10th, 2020 by and between the town, Echo Properties, Railroad Depot Funding, the Ridgway Railroad Museum, and the Ouray County Ranch History Museum.
Second.
All right, motion's made by Beth, seconded by Russ, I believe. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Cheek?
Aye.
Cheek? Grambly?
Aye.
Lakin?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
Schuyler?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Great, thanks, everybody. That one passes unanimously. That takes us to item number 22. This is one I've been looking forward to getting in front of us for quite some time as well. Review and direction on the establishment of a Town of Ridgway Youth Advisory Council. And I want to thank Preston for taking this on. I guess I kind of threw this in his lap a few months ago, and he definitely ran with it. So I thank him for that. And Preston, why don't you give us your report?
Yeah, so I recognize the late hour, so I'll try to be brief, but this is follow-up from direction from the council meeting, not this last April, but the April before, so April of 2019, about the establishment of a youth council here in Ridgway. So the idea was floated back in 2019 in council. I wasn't here at the time, but based on the minutes I read and talking to John, council agreed to further explore and pursue the idea. So that's why we're here now. I meant to get to this, way a lot sooner, but stuff happens. So, so before the thought is before getting the resolution in place, it would be nice to get some additional direction on certain details like membership requirements, roles and responsibilities, term of office, and then like overarching goals of the program. So what's penned in the memo before you is kind of just a starting point to get some additional direction on, and perhaps looking for that direction tonight. And if there's still, I imagine there's still plenty of support to move this forward to memorialize by way of a resolution at a future meeting, perhaps July.
I actually do have a comment. You have the must maintain at least a 3.75 GPA. I would like to say have that or receive backing by like a teacher or something. I've seen kids really excel in positions like this, but maybe they are going to get a C average, right? And so hopefully you would see their grades improve, but I would just like that not to be an absolute, and get some like teacher, a counselor maybe, or a staff member or something.
Like a support letter from someone. And honestly, I hope I didn't put 3.75. I meant to put 3.75.
2.75. Sorry, 2.75.
Okay.
But still, I mean, even at that, I've seen kids who sometimes their teachers are trying to get them to pass, but they have really run with some leadership.
I like the idea of having that, have the qualifier of, or getting a support letter from a teacher or counselor or something like that.
Just out of curiosity, has these ideas been run by any of the students? Has there been a committee of students to review this or participate in the formation of it?
Not yet. Might not be a bad idea. I could see, there's I think, is Craig Spearman still at Ridgway School, Beth?
I'm not sure. I really don't know.
I could reach out to Craig if he's still in the community, which I think he still is, although things certainly got thrown on their head back in March. But he's amazing. He's a great sort of government teacher, and I could see reaching out to him and seeing if he had some a class of students that he could put this in front of.
Is there a student council, I assume, or some body like that?
I would actually, though, caution against doing that, Terry, because you don't necessarily just want a duplication of Ridgway's student council. You're just different kids take different things. So I like John's idea of reaching out to a staff member who could help identify some kids who might be interested.
And I think Terry, respect to Terry's comments, I think what he was suggesting is finding a group of students or a student entity just to review this. And I see the point in that. And I still think Craig, if he's still involved in the school, which I think he is, he'd be a good person to kind of run the idea by. So I think we can do that. I had another edit that I was going to suggest under eligibility. The first item, must reside in the town of Ridgway. There's a number of students at Ridgway Secondary School that don't necessarily, they certainly don't reside in the town of Ridgway within our town limits. They might not even reside in Erie County. They might live in Montrose and come to Ridgway Secondary School. So I would say that would be better that it just say attend Ridgway Secondary School. Or if we think that it's important that they live in Uray County, we could say that. But there are certainly plenty of students that live on Log Hill or the outlying areas around town that we would want to preclude.
Could it be a both situation, like must reside in the town of Ridgway or attend the secondary school? Because I'm thinking,
Homeschoolers and stuff, yeah.
Homeschoolers, kids who maybe go to Uray Secondary, but they're invested in town politics and live here. I don't know.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, just on the homeschool alone, I think that's a good point.
Yeah, I like the or. Yeah.
So must reside in the town of Ridgway or attend Ridgway Secondary School?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That seems like that covers the bases. Did anybody else have any edits? Preston, I think that helps. And then why don't, how about, would you be okay just incorporating those couple of edits and then forwarding me the edited document, and I'll see if I can't get it to Craig Spearman, see if he has any thoughts about some feedback from high schoolers.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll go ahead and send, once I make the edits, I'll send it your way.
Okay, great.
Exciting. Because we've been seeing youth do a lot lately, in particular, I think, to lead this community. So I'm psyched that there's a kind of a formal avenue for them to.
Yeah, I think timing is really good for this. So thanks. Anything else on that item?
No, but related, and it was Tessa's comment that reminded me, prior to the formal meeting started, we talked about this upcoming protest tomorrow. I guess maybe that would have been an agenda item I should have thought of when you asked for other issues. Is there a room for us to discuss that, or do we have a need to discuss that? The protest being not the BLM protest on Saturday, but the one where there's a group announcing a protest for bringing back music in the park.
Yeah, and it's very informal. It was just, I think it was just a thread on Facebook where one person particularly just kind of stated their frustration that people were protesting and gathering in crowds, but that we weren't having music in the park, and she wanted to organize a protest, and some people said, sure, I'll show up. So I have no idea to what degree it'll actually.
But it was documented in Glenn Boyd's report I happened to read today, and I don't always read it early.
And that Jennifer Peterson, the PIO, mentioned it to Preston, I believe. So, but I think both of those mentions originated with the Facebook thread. As far as I know, it's supposed to be.
I guess my concern is it seems to me, if I'm correct, that that we are the target of that protest, this body, rather than them protesting to the town at large, since we're the ones that canceled the music.
And with all protests, then officials have to weigh their response to that protest. And there's a lot of reasons why the concert series was canceled. And I feel pretty confident standing behind staff decision to do that in 2020.
Well, and just, I was planning on showing up and with my mask on and being willing and able to speak to the crowd if there was one, try and explain ourselves. And, I'm not sure, based on what I've heard was said on Facebook, that it'll satisfy anybody, but that's okay. I mean, I can take a little heat. I feel like I'm, as MC of the concert series, I'm kind of the face of it from the town's perspective. And I'm more than willing to do that.
Is it necessary that Shane be aware of this, or that you have some?
So yeah, real quick. Yeah, Shane's aware. We've talked about it in Unified Command, just not at length. Jennifer Peterson had brought it up and said, "Hey, have you seen this Facebook post?" Glenn said, "I have." And I said, no, I haven't. And they kind of gave me and Shane a 2-minute rundown of what they had been seeing on Facebook with regard to this protest on in relation to music and events slated for tomorrow night. So we don't really have any idea what to expect, but I'm planning to be there too. I actually haven't chatted with Shane about that yet, but we'll have, regardless, we'll have some law enforcement presence there ready to go if it does come to fruition.
In case the looting starts, I need some carabiners out of the sports shop.
Okay. Well, and of course, and
say that joke.
And so it's everyone's. It's in the First Amendment. Folks have the right to peacefully assemble, and so we'll do our best to manage that if it becomes a thing tomorrow evening. And then of course, same goes for Saturday. So Shane and I are working through with the organizer of the protest and march for Saturday. So we're hoping it goes
and the
well.
latter seems quite a bit more organized, I guess, or potentially more organized.
Yep.
Yes, and the organizer, John, put us in touch with the organizer. His name's Owen Jewell, right? Last name Jewell.
Yes.
Very nice. And he was willing to sit down with Shane and I tomorrow evening. And yeah, we'll want to make sure we're on the same page and make sure it's safe and safe for everybody.
Yep. Owen just very kindly reached out to me earlier this week to say he wanted to organize something and wanted to know how to proceed. And I put him in touch with Preston and suggested he and his friends come up with a plan and some details so that we could make sure it went off safely and with everybody on the same page. So I think
it's great to see that the youth are getting involved in that. I got an email today, probably you did too, Beth, from the organizers of the one in URA, and a follow-up email, and it was all very, very well done.
Yep, it's a great thing. All right, so where are we?
Our additional pieces?
Yeah, that's right, 23 and 24, which were, one of them was, help me out, Preston, I'm going brain dead.
Campaign Zero and
Yep, exactly. One's Campaign Zero, and the other is the fee waiver for the encroachment permit specific to restaurants wanting to expand their outdoor dining space on town property.
Anybody have a preference which one we deal with first?
let's tackle restaurants. I think Sue's been kind of hanging out waiting for that one.
Okay. So, Preston, you want to summarize that, or you want me to?
Mayor, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, so the idea is that since, as we've talked before at last month's meeting, the idea of as restaurants are reopening, we want to make it as easy as possible for them to expand their premises and their licensed liquor premises as well onto the sidewalks and potentially even the street in front of their property, in front of their business. And it's been mentioned that it would be appreciated if we considered waiving the permit fee for the temporary use permit for the expansion of the premises, both from the temporary use permit angle as well as the liquor license amendment angle. And I, for one, think that we should definitely waive those fees. It's not without cost in terms of administrative time and effort, but I think it goes without saying how important it is that we support our local businesses as much as we can at this point, and continue to do that as much as possible. So
totally agree.
Now, Mayor Clark,
yes.
The only fee associated with the modification to the liquor license is a state fee that is required. We can't waive it per se. The state requires that fee. Now, the council could choose to pay that fee on behalf of those businesses, but we can't waive it.
Is it a set fee?
Yes.
How much is it?
$150.
Boy, I'd like to see us pay that on behalf of our businesses. What do you guys think?
If it's within the budget, absolutely.
Well, that's a big question. Our budget's.
Well, but here's the thing though. If we pay this fee, our businesses can then raise sales to, I mean, this is like, that's not a giant fee, right? We're facilitating them bringing in revenue
That we're not getting otherwise. Good point.
I mean, you're in total, we're probably not talking a lot of money. You know, we're probably talking 6, 7 licenses.
I was thinking rounded up to 10. That's $1,500.
Yeah,
That's
probably going to be the max.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that.
Yeah.
What's everybody think?
Yeah, we'll just have to figure out where it comes from.
Well,
You know,
actually,
we probably have money left over in council initiatives that was budgeted in council initiatives, and we could probably take some of that.
How long is our COVID grant program open? Is that closed? Is there any money left in that Main Street grant?
So are you talking about the business grant program,
Yeah.
the repurposed CCI dollars?
Yeah.
I don't know. We, Deidre, Pam, myself, and Andy Nassis from the creative advocacy team have met twice. We have a meeting tomorrow for the third round of applications, and I want to say it's been like 10 applications total, and all of them have been around that $350 mark. So we're probably not close to halfway through that funding, but
Can it be used for that?
well, I'll put it this way. I'm confident.
Honestly, I don't know. Sorry, I'm not.
Anyway, that might be worth looking into, kind of considering that was a little bit in how we were using that with some relief. If that's possible, that might be worth looking at.
Yeah, great thought. Well, sorry, I didn't understand the question. We can see if those would be eligible costs.
Yeah, we'd have to check and make sure CCI was okay with that. But I was starting to say, sorry I interrupted you, Preston, but I'm confident we can find a place to come up with that money. I mean, I've been even thinking I'm willing to give back my tiny mayoral stipend to the town to use wherever is necessary, and this might be a good cause. So anything like that, I think we can come up with the funds. I see Sue Hush has her hand up. Go ahead, Sue.
I was going to suggest maybe you ask or allow restaurant owners to apply for that, because I'm not exactly sure that that the 150 would be the deal breaker for us. There's a lot for us at Colorado Boy. There's a lot of other considerations that we are looking at, and so while I definitely appreciate the offer, it might be something where specific businesses could apply to get that relief, and not something that you guys would just need to put out immediately. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Make it an offer, but
right, and not like just hand it out. And I can tell you that Colorado Boy, we're working on our plan to come to the town and hope to be able to work on that. And obviously Sherb, and I think everybody's just trying to figure out what's going to work best. So maybe this is something that's part of that application process that's an option.
Yeah, just kind of enroll it into the application process where I'm requesting town assistance, so it's not a separate thing on businesses.
And I mean, we know that you guys are short on stuff too, but Beth's right. The more business we make, the more money you make. So.
Right. Good point. But,
so since you're on here, Sue, is there anything else, in terms of this process on encroachments that town can do to facilitate this working better for businesses?
The one that keeps coming up, it's the hot topic, is bathrooms. I know the town bathrooms are open, but they're a little ways away from some of the restaurants. And I know that the porta pots are over by the tennis courts, which are also kind of far away from some of the restaurants. And I think that you all are going to have an issue that you need to consider in that people are using the alleys for the bathrooms. And all of the restaurants are seeing it, and it's happening. And so, I think we'll come with a suggestion about additional bathroom areas, but whether or not we can all agree to put bathrooms in as part of this plan, it's still an issue. So right now, people have to ask to come in to go to the bathroom, and a lot of people either aren't comfortable with that, aren't willing to do that, don't have time to do that in some cases. So that's one of those issues that I can see coming to town, that's town-wide. We love those alleys and they're awesome to have, but right now they're becoming kind of part of a problem and solution kind of thing. So I think it's one of those items that's going to come before you guys sooner than later.
Yeah, good point, Sue. I think we need to look at possibly footing the costs or somehow figuring out a way to cooperatively put a couple porta potties on the corner of the space to create lot.
Yeah, that just seems like that's town property. It just seems like such a logical option. Whether we pay for it or offer that space to restaurants for them to take care of, like, I don't know where that needs to work out or cost wise, but we can certainly offer space. That's certainly within our ability to do that.
And I think, it's going to be a problem in a couple other areas. And I absolutely know that the businesses have talked about this and are willing to cooperate on that, on the cost and the cleaning and the locking and the unlocking and whatever else needs to happen. But we want to be part of that solution too, because the situation is untenable, and it's not just alcohol in the evenings, it's coffee in the mornings too. So
Even more
it's
so.
a big issue, and so bathrooms and trash, always the biggest issues. I think that both of those two issues are the ones that we're going to be dealing with, and we'll look forward to working with you all as a team to do that.
Thank
Great.
you, Sue.
Thanks, Sue. So I believe I've heard that there's consensus to waive any encroachment permit fees that we would otherwise be collecting on these. Work with the applicants on helping pay, offering to pay for their liquor premise amendments fees with the state, and then working with kind of the 2 or 3 areas of town that I can picture that are going to need a couple of porta potties per area, and just basically asking staff to work with groups of businesses to figure out if they're, it sounds like in most cases they're already talking about being willing to help not only potentially pay for a couple porta potties, but also collaboratively clean them, monitor them, whatever we need to do. But it's way better than the issue of potentially having people just using the alleys all the time. Does that make sense to you, Preston?
Yes, sir. Thanks for summarizing that. And then just just to give an update, I've met with Tammy with True Grit. I've met with Amy from Provisions. I met with Trish, or we've met with Trish, the Sherbino, to talk about the encroachment permit process. 2 have been submitted so far for Provisions and Crum. And Sue, I look forward to talking with you soon so that, about the permit application and getting that going, because all these, the restaurants on Clinton, they're looking to create a pedestrian, cut it off to vehicular traffic, create a pedestrian walkway, and encroach onto a portion of Clinton there. So there's some logistics to work out. But we just got the first permit application yesterday. So I think very soon we'll start seeing, a few more and seeing that plan kind of come to fruition, and with everything you kind of just outlined for direction.
Great.
Do we need a motion to waive those fees?
Yeah, that'd be great, please.
Well, I'll move that we waive encroachment permit fees for local businesses during the emergency.
And also, am I on?
Yeah.
And also pay out of town funds for Colorado Department of Revenue liquor license modifications.
All right. Yeah, well, how about I put it this way? And offer businesses, if needed, to pay for Colorado Department of Liquor Enforcement permit fee alterations. How's that? I'm getting tired.
Close enough.
Sure. Yeah,
I can't
sure.
talk.
I got it.
For a second.
Seconded.
Tessa makes the second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilors Cheek,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler.
He's muted. He gave his thumbs up.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
He's unmuted. Say aye, Terry.
Aye, Terry.
All right, passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody, and thanks, staff, for. I know that we keep doing things like this, and it just means more work for you guys. Please know that we really appreciate all your hard work as usual, and all the stuff you're doing on behalf of local businesses in Ridgway. It's really huge, and we really appreciate it. Okay, and then that brings us to the police policy question, and what was the zero? What was the first things, Beth?
It's Campaign Zero.
Campaign Zero. There's also another one that I forwarded to all the law enforcement people in Preston. That's 8 is too late or something.
8
like
can't wait.
8 can't wait.
Which is by Campaign Zero. They're
yeah.
from the same organization.
And basically, again, Preston, I'll just kind of read it off in summary and say, in light of all the things that have been going on in the last couple of weeks since George Floyd's tragic death and the explosion of protests in support of the Black Lives Matter movement and this whole crazy new thing we've got happening all over the world. There's been a lot of talk about ways that police departments can look at improving their policies to reduce the incidence of excessive force and targeting of minorities, things like that. And so I think just to start the discussion tonight of, I have to say right off the bat, I have a lot of empathy for people in small town police departments and marshals departments right now because they feel like they've got targets on their backs. At the same time, we have to admit and really wrap our minds around the fact that there's a whole segment of our population that's felt like they've had targets on their back for 400 years. And we want to end that. And I know that our Marshals Department is made up of really good people and they want to do the right thing. And what I feel like we want to do is help them by making sure that we have a policing policy that is doing all these things that basically a lot of people are asking our law enforcement entities to think about. So towards that end, Preston, have you and Shane had a chance to sit down and look at that, at the very least, just the 8 can't wait, those 8 things? I know some of those are already in our policy.
Yeah, so Shane and I have had a couple conversations, not at length, but you know, that 8 can't wait or Campaign Zero kind of platform campaign kind of revolves, my understanding, around 8 more restrictive use of force policies And I'll let, yeah, Shane's unmuted now. So I'd like him to kind of weigh in on whether and how those policies that are highlighted by that campaign are or are not addressed in our current police procedures manual. My understanding is that at least some of them are, but again, I'll need to defer to Shane on that.
Hi, everybody hear me?
Yep.
So, you know, Mayor Clark, after you showed me that at that protest there, I kind of started reviewing what we had in place. Know from training that we have a lot of the things that are listed in the 8 Can't Wait have been for several years, you know, things that we train in and that kind of stuff. But in looking over our policy, you guys had a very comprehensive policy and procedure manual that was updated in 2009 and approved by the council then, which includes things like it eliminates the chokeholds or the strangleholds from you know, our continuum of force usage for that. And then it also touches on the reporting things. It requires that, you know, de-escalation, and that's a big part of our training anymore. So, and not to go into too much detail tonight, but and Preston and I've been working together and we'll continue to, but that policy was pretty comprehensive back in 2009. And then with the most recent one that you guys adopted for us with the deadly force and the use of the shooting policy kind of covers some of that. So we have a pretty comprehensive, you know, we want to look at it some more time and make sure that we have everything in there. But you know, we train in the de-escalation is a big thing that we really work on in all our trainings. We've you know, last year we partnered with other agencies in the county, and all of us attended the diversity training. So we're really working towards that. And when you look through the list of the things that they're showing as reducing, we're following those and have been following them for years. So that's kind of where we're at with it. You know, we'll never stop learning and going through, you know, to make sure that we have all those. And Preston and I are going to sit down, and we've talked about sitting down and really, you know, making sure that all the areas are touched on in our policy, and that, you know, we're moving forward progressively as we can to make sure that we never have an issue like that with George Floyd come up, or, you know, and we're lucky in the aspect of the small department, but, you know, with good training, good hiring practices, I think we can maintain and, you know, be very progressive in all that.
Great, thanks, Shane.
Shane, I just want to say it's super meaningful, I think, when you take the time in your small department and that our town manager is involved and that council is involved to look at making sure all of these things are there. So thank you. I think it really does make a difference, and I appreciate it.
And we appreciate you guys' support in everything. You guys have been great to work with, and, you know, we try and be as proactive as we can in the aspects to make sure that we don't have those kind of issues come up. And, you know, we're willing to listen to the community and views. You know, I was at the protest in Ridgway and listened to a lot of it, and, you know, a lot of it was real meaningful. And somewhat educational from seeing different views on things. So we hope to stay in the forefront of preventing those kind of issues in our community and other communities in the county and hopefully statewide.
Thank you.
Great. No, I think that's really good. I guess one thing I would say is that, we're seeing a lot of, especially in big cities, mentions of defund the police. And I think that it's really kind of problematic that somebody decided to use that hashtag, that term. Makes more sense in a way in the big municipalities, but really what they're talking about is not defunding the police so much as reallocating critical funds to make sure that things like mental health resources are adequately funded, and access to food, and access to housing, and all the kinds of things that I saw one video that was a portion of a speech by a head of a police department in a big city in Texas. I can't remember the guy's name, but he basically was talking about how over the years, police departments have been asked to do everything. They've been asked to cover every aspect of community issue. And
services almost, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Is that, the police aren't trained to do that. It shouldn't be dealing with mental health issues and homelessness issues and dog catching and all the things that we ask our police to do. So I think the other thing that we're looking at broadly in the state and to the degree we can locally is making sure that our mental health resources are well funded and that our I'm so grateful to see how well the food pantry has been funded and manned with volunteers through this whole crisis. It's just been amazing to see how this region's community has really stepped up and said, we're going to take care of those people in need. And I think this is just another aspect of it.
Well,
Just to echo what John's saying, I mean, we're lucky, we're to be in the position of not necessarily needing to demilitarize our marshal's department. But I do think it is, it's also this is a question that I think will come back over and over and over again, at least for me in my tenure as an elected official, and especially around budgeting. And I think now more than ever, I'm feeling the importance of our victim advocate funding, our public mental health funding. And so, I'm really excited that Shane, that you've been such a leader on these community policing initiatives and I think we have been doing well and we can do even better. And I also think we can hopefully, as funds allow, augment the services that we offer and the clinical folks that we provide to offer those services to the public.
Well, and to echo what you guys are saying too, we experienced that during the whole COVID thing with mental health resources, and we had a situation with a lady that I tried everything possible to get mental health services to de-escalate the situation. And there were some miscommunications. There were some holes in the system. There isn't funding for, people in that aspect that don't fit, like the suicidal things. There's not a lot of services available for the substance abuse with the mental health issues. And so we ran into that where it escalated to the point that I wound up having to take this lady to jail because she went off and tried to injure me and another officer. And after that, we had a really strong conversation with mental health, and they're limited. Their resources are taxed completely. But the head of mental health out of Center for Mental Health and I sat down and we had a long conversation. We have almost weekly conversations about you know, what we're seeing in our area and things that we can do to help them, and they can help us do, you know, to better serve those people that don't fit the true mental health picture or have the substance abuse along with mental health issues. So we worked really hard in Laura and I with mental health, continue to communicate a lot about what we're seeing in our area and, you know, how we can help them and they can help us. So that's a big part of it in all these situations.
Great. Well, anybody else have anything to add?
I would encourage the rest of council, if you haven't looked, joincampaign0.org is the very picked 8 more specific like things they thought would help protect vulnerable populations. I mean, not only racial minorities, but lower income Americans, people who don't fit the profile of people who think of the police as their best friends. And then that's the 8 Can't Wait campaign, but they both fall under Join Campaign 0.
Great. Thanks, Beth. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but got a great team. I think we're lucky living where we live. But let's all keep working towards progress in this area. Preston, do you have anything to add to that?
Not a whole lot, but I just want to say thanks to Shane for all the great work him and his team do day in, day out. Yeah, we're at a very interesting time in our country, and definitely want to do our best to support and deter racial injustice and items like that. So I appreciate the conversation, and John, you and others sharing with us the Campaign 0 and the 8 Can't Wait you know, reform type policies for us to kind of, you know, talk about, explore, and, you know, at the end of the day, appreciate you all bringing this to the forefront, having the conversation here in the public realm, and then expressing support for our Marshals Department.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. Getting down to it here. I think that just brings us to committee reports, town manager report. Preston, you want to cover that real quick?
Sure, I'm happy to go over this. I guess I'm sure you all might be tired. I certainly am. I'm happy to go through some of these points in greater detail. I'm wondering if any of you have major questions about what's in this report. You know, with kind of on the first page, COVID-19, Glenn and Tanner have, I think tomorrow they'll wrap up their latest round of business sector meetings, which honestly haven't been very well attended, but I kind of attribute that to, I don't really know what I attribute that to, but they've been widely communicated to the listservs that Glenn has and posted on a bunch of different websites, including our own, and all points to just go over the additional guidance out there from the state level and try to help some businesses reopen. Again, anyone pipe in at any moment with any questions you have about anything. I'm on economic recovery now.
Actually, Preston, before you jump down,
Sure.
I was just noticing that our cutoff for suspending water service shutoff and penalty and interest waiving ended. Did we have anybody, I mean, is that really, are we seeing an uptick in bills not being paid?
We didn't have anybody take advantage of that program, and we've not had any differences in our payments.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to extend it, but if that's the case, I think we're probably okay. Cool, thank you, that's all.
Yeah, oh, great question. You know, probably skip over some stuff, but if you want me to go over anything, just again, let me know. Economic recovery, that RFP, most of you should be aware, at the last joint policy group work session, there was consensus to issue that RFP with some edits, and some none of the edits were substantive by any means, but some changes were suggested and agreed to by the group. And so the county has issued that RFP. forgetting what the deadline is for submitting a proposal. But for anyone who's not aware of what I'm talking about, it's an RFP for a contract economic recovery coordinator position, someone or a firm that can do economic recovery type duties and responsibilities on behalf of the region, the county as a whole. And so at this point, we're not bound to anything. I feel like the group was just willing to explore, further explore this by way of that RFP, and we'll see what comes in with some of these proposals. And then if the group elects to move forward, some sort of IGA, and will need to be put in place, with cost sharing details, et cetera. So the next,
Preston, excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm calendar challenged. The next joint policy group work session, that's next Thursday, the 18th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That was going to be my next statement, and I forgot to put it on the calendar, so sorry about that. Next Thursday, the 18th, is the next joint policy group work session. So I'll make sure I'll send you all an email and a calendar entry for that. I lost. Oh, the COVID-19 relief fund. There's the funding from the CARES Act is being funneled through DOLA now. DOLA has worked really hard to try to get kind of the program in place, and they've communicated how to opt in. In order to opt in, counties and municipalities need to reach agreement about how some of that funding from the state level now is going to be allocated. So I'm meeting with Connie and Melissa tomorrow, actually, to talk about formulating some sort of agreement to put before our respective boards. And I think that I'll need to look, but I believe that agreement and the opt-in needs to all take place, I think by July, early July. I'm hoping that it's not before our next regular council meeting. It may end up meaning we need to entertain the idea of holding a special council meeting. So sorry about that. But anyway, I'll give you all an update through an email. But working with Connie and Melissa on getting some sort of agreement in place for you all to review. Going through everything. There's a budget update. It's largely the same as in the last report, but just really want to emphasize that at the July 8th regular meeting, staff will present some updated financial reports and then a progress report for the 2020 strategic plan. So you can expect that at the next meeting. The concert series was canceled, unfortunately, but rightly so, given everything going on. We'll hold out hope that there's maybe something we can do in the fall, if that's allowed by public health orders. Shay provided an update on Annabelle Clark's request on signs directing traffic to the industrial park. I think it's honestly, I'm glad I brought this up so that I want to see if council is amenable to the plan that Shay worked with Chase on and is proposing for a sign there on the northeast corner of Lena and Otto, and then one sign on the southeast corner of Lena and Otto, to just let folks know, the industrial park is this way so that they don't get too far down Otto. And this was just follow up to, I think, the March 11th council meeting when Annabelle Clark brought this before council. So hoping council is, or that you all are amenable to the plan that's before you. Annabelle and Nina seem to think it was completely fine.
Well, they watch the traffic go by and get stuck there, so they'd have a good idea.
Yeah. Shay, anything to add on that, or any questions about anything? Anybody?
No, I think just an okay moving forward with that would be great.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Shay. Thanks, everybody. So the census is still a thing, and there's a huge push to increase participation, not only here in Uray County, but everywhere. I was on a call last week with Commissioner Tisdale and then Brian Meinhardt, who's with the Census Bureau, about ways to kind of increase participation. Brian went over some some recently updated statistics and where we're at in relation to the last go around with the census. And so I'm working with the farmers market to see if we can get the Census Bureau a booth there to kind of promote it to folks at the farmers market. That's really one of the only events taking place in the county right now, given public health orders. But hopefully we can get them a booth at Friday's farmers market and then subsequent markets. And then I know the county is interested in putting up a banner, and the city of Uray, I don't know if they have a banner like we do in Hartwell Park, but and then coming into community initiatives, Space to Create, the low-income housing tax credit, tax credits were awarded. John kind of announced that at the last regular meeting, I believe it was. So we have standing meetings with folks from ArtSpace and the design firm, and then some of the contractors each week. John, I think those are Thursdays, right?
Yep.
And they're really good meetings to talk through some logistics and where we're at with the project. Last week's was not held because there wasn't anything really substantive to go over, but those meetings are happening each week. Deidre is there, John there, Shay has been attending because coming into the fall, there's going to be a lot of questions and stuff to work through on permitting processes and stuff. So,
and I would just add, Preston, the exciting thing is that the team is really motivated to try and get us to have shovels in the ground this fall, which
Whoa!
Earlier in the process we were thinking would be a complete long shot and not likely, but at this point there's the whole team, from the ArtSpace folks to their architecture firm that they work with to the contractor that they already have lined up. Everybody's like, let's get this done. Let's close this deal and get some shovels in the ground this fall. I think it's just really exciting to me to be able to say we're moving forward and everybody's got their eyes on the prize. It's really cool.
Yeah, thanks for that, John. Anything else with that?
Nope. Let me just back up the census thing. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. I'm not sure. The problem is that most people don't understand the ramifications of the census. That once every 10 years, we try and count every single person living in the United States, and that those numbers are what determine everything from congressional districts to funding for government programs, all these things that if we don't get an accurate count, it's going to affect serious financial ramifications for our state, for our region, for 10 years. And, I think it behooves all of us to reach out to our friends and our family and tell them just how easy it is. First off, go online and fill out the census online, and it's totally secure. The census data is not allowed to be shared with any other agency for 72 years. It's a secure thing, and it's critically important that we all do it and that we stress that to all our friends and family and have them stress that to their friends as well. So we get as best a count as we can.
Thanks, John. And then just moving along here, Heritage Park, Jeff Rivera's out there working to I'm going to use the word upgrade, but aesthetically improve, kind of just do some maintenance updates to the area, given we weren't able to move forward with the improvements project, and we're using the $5,000 from the 2019 Main Street mini grant to upgrade the area. So Jeff Rivera is doing a great job. He's out there trying to do what he can to spruce up the area.
That's great.
Town website, Deidre worked so hard, so many hours trying to upgrade the website to SIPA's new platform, I think is how to say it. And I think it's fantastic. I think it's great. There's some kinks to work out. I'm curious to know how all of you or what you all think about it, but I just kudos to her for all her hard work in getting it done. I know it took longer than she wanted, or expected, or wanted, but in the end, I think it's a great product, and I'm appreciative of all that work she did.
I agree.
And then I think that's the last one worth noting. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, I think you threw down the gauntlet on your jokes. I want to hear Bo's rebuttal.
I don't have one. The only thing I can say is that as far as attorneys' jokes go, those are pretty good. That's pretty kind.
Yeah, that was pretty kind for sure.
No shark fins or anything like that.
I think, Bo, you need to come prepared with your own joke for every council meeting at the end of the meeting.
I'm embarrassed to admit that I spent 20 minutes online today looking for jokes about town managers, and there's not a whole lot.
How many town managers does it take to change a light bulb?
And why did they cross the road, right?
Oh, God. Okay, you guys, I think we're done here.
I think we are too. We're all literally done. Thanks, Preston. Great report as always. Anybody have any committee reports? Since all our committees are meeting so frequently these days.
Well, CC for CA is meeting end of next week for agenda for the next year. So we should have something in front of you at the July meeting.
Okay. And I think there's a Snuffles Energy Board meeting in the works too.
Yes, towards the end of the month.
Great. Thank you for doing that. I think I told you about the town scholarship last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are we done?
Yeah.
10:06. I think we're done.
Okay, guys.
Unless I hear an objection, I will declare us adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good day tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, everybody.
Pam.
Yeah,
Good night.
Good night.